Cincinnati's in if you really want to play them or not.
You do.
Yeah, no, Cincinnati's a team you definitely want.
On the surface, yes is the answer.
Yeah, it's 100% yes.
I think on the surface, though, what you really want is for Wake Forest to stay unbeaten, and they have to put Wake Forest in, and that's the team you want to play for number one.
Oregon. There's only, to me, 3 teams, and I feel really confident that I would put almost any amount of money on this. 3 teams that can win the national championship.
Alabama, Ohio State, and Georgia.
That's it.
Yeah, I would almost agree with you there. Not for a stake, though, because it's real money. We established that earlier. All right, fun show. We're back again tomorrow live with our upset alerts. Should be a lot of fun. Until next time, I thought Rockstar was drinking out of a flask.
What was it?
He had
that'd be a first.
Tic Tacs, man.
Do your Tic Tacs in the way you're doing. I looked up and just I thought he was drinking out of a flask.
It's a small ass flask.
It's been a long show.
I just like to get a bit of taste.
Show's over. Hit the flask, everybody. Until next time, God bless you. God bless America.
Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Wayne's, headquartered in Birmingham. They are committed to providing world-class service every time since 1973, serving over 100,000 families from businesses across SEC country, from Tuscaloosa to Auburn and Nashville to Knoxville, providing residential and commercial termite protection, pest prevention, mosquito control, and lawn care services. Put in promo code TNR for $60 off your initial EnviroPest service, 866-WAYNES1.
How do you know you're in a community, not just a town? Well, strangers smile as they walk by. They refill your coffee without you asking. And when you ask directions, people offer to walk you there. Communities give more. The way you know when you walk into First Bank that you are in a real community bank. Great products, direct access to your local bankers, and relationships that can last a lifetime. Don't just have an account. Have a community with First Bank. Member FDIC.
Dale's Seasoning started right here in Birmingham, Alabama, and now it's #1 in America. And now they've got a new product. It's the Gold Label from Dale's Seasoning, a new condiment-style product. You can dip it, dunk it, or pour it on your burgers, chicken fingers, steaks, and French fries. You guys wanted it, and Dale's delivered. It's available in stores throughout the Southeast. It's a fast, fun, and easy way to enjoy Dale's at your tailgate or cookout. Dale's Seasoning, the new Gold Label. You got to try it.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Farmfolio. If you're concerned about market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio can help you diversify your portfolio into cash-flowing farmland property. We all know about rental real estate. Cash flow and appreciation are the name of the game. With Farmfolio's productive farmland lots, your trees act as the tenants, and they pay you in fruit, which is sold by Farmfolio's international sales team to the likes of Walmart and Costco, ultimately generating cash flow for you. As your cash flow increases, your property value also increases. Just like tenant-occupied real estate, the best part is you don't have to be a farmer. You own, they farm, and you earn. This is the way it works at Farmfolio. For more information, you can go online, check everything out today. Go to farmfolio.net. That's farmfolio.net. Check it out today. If you're concerned about that market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio is your best friend. Go online today, farmfolio.net. Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Let's get LT ready for tonight, Brown. You ready? Whoa!
You're so insensitive to the Native American
And you're
community.
so out
Dunaway.
of tune.
I'm
too.
celebrating.
That's one of the
Celebrating.
easiest chants in the world. It's pretty simple.
Yeah, Florida State does it too. But the Braves win a game one in the World Series again. It happened last night, 6-2 over Houston. We'll start things off with the story of the game in our Precision Sports injury update, but it involves Charlie Morton and a legacy that he made for himself. Tell us about Precision Sports, and we'll dive into the Braves' big win last night.
Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics, from pediatrics to geriatrics. Those injuries starting to pile up on the field and in the yard, affiliated with Brookwood Baptist Health. Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics, 9 convenient locations, including the Southern Orthopedic Sports Medicine Associates location in Jasper. Now 14 total providers. You can make that same-day appointment for orthopedic and sports medicine care. Call 855-219-6200 or visit precisionsportsortho.com.
We're chanting at LT because tonight you get an opportunity to go see Lance in person. If you are a Braves fan and you've listened and watched our show from day one and you've disliked his Dodger love, some of you have.
I love Dunaway.
Show up tonight at Otis.
He's pouring so much fuel on this fire is what he's
I don't
doing.
know what I did to Dunaway.
By
I don't know if it's the years of him whipping him down. But but buying the Rams Super Bowl ticket, calling out.
What a fun atmosphere!
Honestly,
it could be
true
tonight.
fans don't watch out in public.
I love the way Lance thinks he gets to
that's-
define what a true fan is. That is one of your
that's
favorite
my
things.
feeling.
It is
for
one of your
big
favorite
games
things
like
to do.
this. For big games like this,
Why
I don't.
would you
I don't
not
get
want
it.
to? People go to like Battery Parks and city squares to watch on big screens outside arenas so they can celebrate. I can't afford to be inside, but I want to be with other Braves fans. More on that later. We can make that a poll question. Do real fans watch with other fans at sports bars?
I mean, it's different if you're at the game. I get that.
So-
But I'm just saying, I think it's okay.
So if
that's
I'm at a
not fair.
sports bar in
you
the
can watch
Battery.
the game however the hell you want to watch the game. What I am saying, my personal favorite teams, it is very difficult for me to watch those games in public.
Like, I agree 100% with you on that.
I
wouldn't-
can't hear.
Yeah.
I get. I don't like having people over. By the way,
There is-
because I get distracted. I get in conversations.
you get animated and you don't want people to
Right.
see
There's
you get
that
animated.
too. There's a lot of different elements.
There is zero chance I would watch a Dolphins game in public. Zero chance.
Yeah.
But I don't know that it's a test of fandom. It's more about me. It's more
I
about I don't
agree.
want people seeing my reaction.
Yeah, I'm going to retract my statement. You can watch a game however you want. Very difficult for me
Correct.
to watch an important game in
Right,
public.
right.
I just can't do it. Can you imagine watching the Dolphins in the Super Bowl with other people?
Don't you? I even had this discussion last night with my brother. My brother lives just outside of Atlanta and is a Braves fan. And he called me about tickets. He was like, "Have you seen the price of these tickets?" He had just
It's in all the papers.
Yeah, like my brother, 2 days before the Braves are going to be back in Atlanta for game 3, thinks he's just going to go to StubHub and buy tickets, right? So he calls me, "Have you seen the price of these tickets?" I was like, "Yeah, Scott. People were calling our show and sent a message to our show today about how much standing room only are." And he goes, "Oh, they've probably gone up since people called about that." I was like, "No, Scott, they haven't. They're like $1,000 a pop." He goes, "I can't believe this." He just thought he was going to go get tickets. And I said, "You're a Braves fan. I mean, it'd be worth it to be there." And he said, "I've never been to a World Series." And I said, "I don't know. And you've done this." I'm like, "I don't even know if the Dolphins go to the Super Bowl if I'd pay that, if I want to be there to see it. Like, I almost want to watch that game in the secludsion of my basement by myself, maybe with my family."
There is something about that Super Bowl atmosphere. But after the fact, if your team loses, it's not worth it.
Yeah. Dunaway, I don't know. You've had the great fortune of watching the Bucs play in the Super Bowl twice.
But I don't have great fortune, so I don't, in financial terms, so I don't travel to these big events like that.
It's not about the money,
I would
really.
rather have been there.
Yeah,
I would rather have
really.
been there in person, yes.
Yeah, you don't
yes.
regret
No.
I will say this. So I've been to the
You've
Rams.
seen the
been
Rams
to-
lose.
They've been to the Super Bowl 4 times. Now, obviously, the first Super Bowl I was 8, but the other 3 I've been to. So I've seen them win 1. I've seen them lose 2 in person.
Right.
If they were to be fortunate enough with Dunaway's ticket to get to SoFi this year, I would not go. I could not financially put myself in that
Take
situation.
the finances out of it.
Oh, I would be there.
100%. So if the
100%.
Dolphins go in my lifetime, finances aside,
If you had
I need
all
to
the
be
money
there.
in the world, you should
Because
go.
I don't know this.
Yeah.
The Dolphins
Yeah.
have been to 1 Super Bowl
No.
in my lifetime. I watched it on TV.
To
I was
be
a little
able
kid.
to witness it, it was one of those moments. Honestly, I teared up.
Okay, then I'll go.
Super Bowl 34. I think it's so worth it, and there is something different about a Super Bowl atmosphere.
No offense to you, but Lance telling me that, I think I'll go.
No,
now.
under 100%. And I
By then,
wish-
tickets could be $10,000 each.
Yeah.
I'm just telling you.
or
then.
1 Bitcoin. All I'm saying is I watched the Bucs win last year in my sports room, and it was fine. They won. I teared up, all that. I would have given anything to have been there.
Okay.
To watch the confetti, even
See, because
even
I've-
when you can't see the game as
Yeah.
good, you get all the replays. It is you enjoy the actual action on the field better watching at home, but it is the experience. And to a lesser degree, if you're a Braves fan right now, to be even at Odie's tonight or at any of our other great sponsors that have TVs, to be with a group of other fans who cheer for you, there's something communal about that I think makes you enjoy it even more when that is going on. But not everybody, but for some people.
I don't think Lance was there. I'm not sure about Rockstar. I know Lance was there. I'm not sure about Rockstar, but I know Dunaway was there. It was a World Cup game, I think, that was one of these. If the U.S. wins this one,
Yeah.
it's the biggest soccer event in U.S. history.
Wasn't a friendly, right?
No. This is a World Cup event.
No,
I
this
think.
was a
Yeah.
knockout round. It was the round of 16
And we
trying
were-
to go to the 8.
We were at the old school tilted kilt. This is a long time ago.
Oh, I thought we were at Dixie Fish.
Fox and Hound.
I thought we were at Dixie
Jesus.
Fish.
We were at Dixie Fish.
Are you there? Were
Yeah,
you there?
because I
We
remember
were at Dixie Fish.
Okay.
Howard from the USA team. They lost, but he made like 21 saves. Like he was just getting
it was Dixie
pounded.
Fish.
Well, I had to leave at halftime
Yeah.
because there was a guy that kept standing up in front of the TV saying, "Sir, sir, sir," like on everything he thought should have been a foul.
Right.
And the guy drove me insane, so I had to leave at halftime. And that's the type of people I can't watch a game
Yeah.
I care about with. I didn't care about that game. I was just there because y'all were. I mean, I wanted the U.S. to win.
Yeah,
but
years ago,
wasn't-
I was at Buffalo Wild Wings watching the NCAA tournament, and this one guy that was a huge, it was either a Duke or a Carolina fan, he was like literally kicking a stool and yelling at the TV, and
Yeah.
I was like, I got to get out of
Yeah,
here.
I had to punch out on that one. I couldn't stick around. And again,
Well,
You're the one that doesn't like people.
I don't. And I'm about to say this. There has to be a certain number of people to make this enjoyable. Like you almost need to be packed to where you can't just focus on one guy who can be annoying
Yeah,
and distract
so, no,
you.
I agree with you, and
It's
that's
gotta
why-
be- it can't be 8 people.
Right, it needs to
It's
be
got to be
800.
800.
Yeah,
No,
I'm
that's
with you.
why I
Yeah.
think like World Cup is fun because maybe it's because we don't have great soccer knowledge, but I think for a big time Braves fan, like every pitch in the postseason is so important.
Right.
And so to me, it would just be hard to have so much stuff going on, sensory overload for Rockstar. But in a big game like that, it would be difficult for me. But again, however you want to watch a game.
Yeah. So that's our Precision Sports injury update. Back to what happened in the game last night. 6-2 Braves win it. Charlie Morton did something last night. I mean, he was mowing down the Astros, and he caught a line drive that breaks a bone. And Brown, then what did he do?
he did something that was more impressive than Kurt Schilling with a bloody sock. I know we're not to the hot take segment yet, so I'll bring that back, Rockstar. This is more impressive to me than Kurt Schilling with a bloody sock. Kurt Schilling with a bloody sock has gone down in baseball history, and it should.
This is still not Kirk Gibson, though.
It's pretty close.
Nothing will ever be.
No, well, I mean,
It's
look,
pretty
people
close.
forget Kirk Gibson had one at bat that entire World Series.
I
He was
got
the
it.
MVP.
I know, which is stupid that he was the MVP,
He
but-
had it was MVP of the league before.
Oh, okay,
He wasn't
okay.
MVP of the World Series.
Okay.
But he limped
Right.
up there, won that game against Eckersley with one
this
leg.
guy comes.
Jim Abbott, I mean, he throws a fastball at 90 plus, puts his glove from off his
Yeah,
hand
but
on
he-
his hand and catches
Yeah,
a
but
line
Jim
drive.
Abbott
Never
knew-
had the big moment.
Jim
Yeah.
Abbott going into the game knew he only had one hand.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
Kirk Gibson and Charlie Morton didn't know.
Yeah, deck was already stacked against Abbott.
Yeah, I mean, Abbott was an overcomer for life and is an amazing person. But did you see, by the way, the Jim Abbott tweet? We have gotten so distracted in this segment. Somebody tweeted the Kentucky player with 6 fingers, and Jim Abbott retweeted it and said, "That is not fair." Which is such a good tweet for Jim Abbott.
Fibula.
He broke his fibula, and he doesn't just come back out. Not Jim Abbott.
I'm handing him. It's like he's on stage right now. Line.
Is LT
I just had to get him straight back.
He's like Joe
fibula.
Biden. He's like Joe Biden's handler. Yeah. I get all distracted.
LT's your teleprompter.
Hey, by Christmas, he's not going to be able to read, by the way. He's not. That's our president, by the way.
So he comes back out. He doesn't just come back out. He comes back out and strikes out Jose Altuve, which is one of the best hitters of our generation.
Yeah, it was adrenaline.
Had to be.
You
but
can't
still.
imagine the pain of a fractured fibula. I mean, the ball off the bat was 104 miles an hour.
They said he had to go back. Snitker says later he's got to go back and throw against the wall just to see if he can do it. And he tells Snitker, "It hurts when I run, but I think I can pitch." I mean, man, that is...
Well, I bet he's chewing pills this morning.
Oh, I'm sure he is. But my respect for Charlie Morton, who I've not really followed his career. I know you did because he was a Ray.
Yep. He was an Astro before that.
He was on that cheating team, Brown.
My respect for him, though, could not be any higher right now. That guy, man, that is all blood and guts.
Right fibula fracture. Here's his teammates afterwards. A.J. Minter on Charlie Morton and what he showed his teammates last night. By the way, Morton apologized for the broken bone to his teammates in the locker room.
That's a Dunaway move, though. That's a you move.
Well, I'm just saying.
Sorry, I broke my leg.
I mean, he wants to be out there with his team because it hurts them down the road. But A.J. Minter last night gave the old tip of the cap.
Finishing that inning and going back out and facing the hitter, I mean, he shook a guy on a broken leg. I mean, it's pretty remarkable. I wish it wouldn't have happened to Charlie. He's a leader. But like I said, we're not going to feel sorry for ourselves, and we just have to keep going.
They do have to keep going, but now advantage.
That's a Bud Heavy guy, by the way.
I would agree.
He doesn't go Bud Light; he goes Bud Heavy.
Yeah.
I would tell you that the Braves starting pitchers, their 3 starters, were a big gap ahead of the Astros' 3 starting pitchers, and Charlie Morton's ability to come back and pitch in a game 4 and a game 7 was going to be huge.
Well, right now, the way this bullpen is throwing, the one guy I didn't want to see as a Dodger fan was Matzik.
You did want to see Luke Jackson.
I wanted to see Luke Jackson, but Luke Jackson probably built a little confidence last night based on the game.
Because he had none coming out of the Dodgers.
And that's scary.
Series.
Minter gave up a run and Matzik gave up a run, but those guys have just been lights out this postseason. And if you get the confidence from Luke Jackson where Will Smith is right now, starting pitching is going to be key. I thought Valdez would be better, but these Braves, the way they're swinging it right now, I mean, they jump on top. In all of the World Series, I don't know how many World Series we've had, over 100, right? I mean, we've had a lot of World Series.
Over 100 all-time, yes.
Yeah, this is the first time in the history of the World Series in Game 1 a team has scored in the first 3 innings, and that was the Braves last night.
Wait a minute. Say that again.
So the first time in a Game 1 of a World Series that a team has scored in the first 3 innings.
Scored at least a run per inning in the first 3 innings.
They went 2-spot, 1-2.
That's crazy. That's
wow,
the only time
that's
that's ever
never
happened.
It's never happened before.
That's not that crazy.
In a game 1 or in any game?
In a game 1.
Oh, game 1. Okay.
The ball Soler hit off the jump would have killed somebody. I mean, that was a bullet out of there.
And Snitker, give him credit because, Rosario was swinging it so well. Keep him in the leadoff spot, or Soler decides to mix it up. Doesn't matter. Rosario still has a couple of hits, and Soler leads it off with that bomb.
Listen, there are times that...
And I think that was the first ever leadoff home run in the history of the World Series.
I think Lance is just making up stats right
am
now,
not.
but they are impressive.
There are times I brag about you guys when I'm not around you. We jab each other when we're together.
So
but
your imaginary friend to your left and right at
no.
walk-ons?
You know what Brown did?
No. I was talking to the great Josh Pate Saturday night.
Of 24/7 Sports fame?
24/7 Sports, last call.
It is Late Kick.
Late Kick.
Last Call is our show.
Yeah.
This is a show we produce here at Double Down Media.
I'm old.
I know.
So I'm talking to Josh, and he's a huge Braves fan. And there was a commercial break in the Braves after the Alabama game. He's watching on the deck. I'm wrapping up what I was doing. And I said, Lance, who I do the show with, made a point that was so impressive that I instantly, when he said it, thought was incorrect, and by 30 seconds later, as he explained it, was one of the smartest things that I've heard now everyone around the country repeat on MLB Network, on ESPN, on the Fox broadcast. But when you said last week that this team was better without Ronald Acuna, the injury, And I instantly was, are you kidding me? He's the best player in baseball. And then when you explained it, and then there's Soler last night with the home run with the Royals. The ball goes off the wall, and Rosario grabs it, guns the guy at second base. He wasn't with the team. The parts that they added.
Jock Peterson, up until this series, has been that spark, too. I mean, Rosario, obviously your NLCS MVP, but Jock, just those moments that he's brought on. So Anthopoulos, what he's been able to do, I mean, he's got to be your executive of the year.
And
right?
I heard it was Buck Brown that
Joe
said
Buck?
it. Yeah, he said in the broadcast, he says, I don't know if there is a front office person ever who had a better July than the GM for the Braves.
And without the Acuna injury, does he make any of these moves at all?
He may not, but, you know, it was on the stage after they eliminated your Dodgers. I'm sure you had turned it off by then. The dude in the tie with the T-shirt over the dress shirt that owns the team, I guess, he's president or something like that. Obviously, he's stroking the checks. Says
Ted Turner 2.0.
Yeah, it's today's Ted Turner. Said he went to Anthopoulos and said, "You got the checkbook, go get what you need." Which, I mean, that's the attitude that a lot of Braves fans had said previous ownership, past Ted Turner, didn't have.
Right. Yeah, and
they weren't willing to do that.
And I think Braves big enough market that you should be able to do that.
Yeah, and so, I mean, when you're a GM and your owner tells you got the checkbook, go get what you need, I mean, that's a heck of a feeling, I'm sure, but he made all the right moves.
A lot of comments rolling in the Farmfolio chat room over there. We'll get to some of those.
If you're concerned about market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio can help you diversify your portfolio into cash-flowing farmland property. Visit farmfolio.net.
All right. You can jump in and give comments. A lot of people jumping in, LT spot on with the stats and commenting about the Braves' big win. Now, here's the problem for the Braves is they have one of the worst winning percentages, even before they were in Atlanta, of winning game one and then going on to win the World Series.
One of the most famous of all time, when Andrew Jones had his coming out party and they went up to Yankee Stadium and kind of embarrassed the Yankees in the first two games. And then they never won another game in that series.
Or the next one. That broke an 8-game losing streak last night in the World
I'll
Series.
throw another stat at you. Houston 0-4 all-time in game ones in World Series.
Right. Only the New York Mets worse than that.
But Houston's only won one series.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So it's
so something's got to give here. But if you're a Braves fan, you're not going to feel comfortable until
the final
you
pitch.
clinch.
You're lifted the trophy, they're dropping confetti.
And that's really it. And this Astro team, you know, as good as this Braves offense has been, they can swing it. And, you know, you saw it against the Red Sox. Red Sox offense was looking so good. And then out of nowhere, the Astros just came to life, and that series was over before you could blink.
all right. So that's the Braves last night. Game 2 tonight, Max Fried, the guy you would consider to be your ace, on the hill tonight, 7 o'clock, back on Fox for Game 2 in Houston. And one more note, we had talked about it all week on the show, how it was cheaper to jump a flight, get a hotel room, and buy tickets in Houston than it was to go to games in Atlanta. And, boy, that showed true last night. The number of Braves fans in Houston was impressive.
It was. You could hear it on the big, like the Soler home run right away. You could hear it. I've seen some photos and some videos of Braves fans doing the chop with their phone lights, and you could see it throughout the stadium. That was the advice I gave my brother when he called. I was like, don't even bother with Atlanta. Just buy you and his son a plane ticket and fly to Houston.
But you
better do it by game 2 because you don't know.
That's tonight, or you might not get back.
Yeah, you may not get a game 6.
Jeremy Purvis, the great Iron Mountain Construction, Iron Mountain Drains and Plumbing. This will be the last game of the series in Houston
Now,
tonight.
y'all know Jeremy better than me. Is he a Braves fan? Or is he just talking?
He is a Braves fan, yes.
I think he's a Braves fan. He's a
Tennessee fan, Braves
Tennessee fan.
My God, the pain that man has seen.
I think Jeremy is wrong here. I think this thing will get back to Houston somehow.
All right.
I mean, that would be shocking if we're talking about a team that was never over 500 in the season until August.
Yeah.
Wins this series in less than 6 games.
Chad says Houston's something like 2-8 in home World Series games. I believe that because if you remember the series against the Nationals, they lost all 4. The home team did not win a single game in that 7-game series. I mean, they are not very good there in the postseason, or in the World Series for whatever reason.
But we all know it is. It's the World Series. You got to win 4. That's 1. So 6 to go to win 3 for the Atlanta Braves, and they'll try to go in Game 2 tonight. Wimp Sanderson up next with us, his weekly Blue Plate special, and then listen to this lineup the rest of the way. Brock Huard joins us at 10 o'clock. The great Dale Murphy, for you Braves fans, will be with us, scheduled at 10:25 today. And Todd Fuhrman, one of our favorite moments on the show each week to talk about the games coming up, is with us at 12 noon Central Time, a little bit later on today in the final hour of the show. And we'll get to college football, everything going on. Man, there's so many. If the Braves are not in the World Series, I would have started off with James Franklin not knowing what the heck is going on.
He's
so
focused.
Distracted.
He's focused.
I would have talked about that and a variety of other things. But we started with the Braves. So we've got a lot to get to with Wimp and then with you guys as we roll throughout the rest of the show. So get the nut dust out and dust up, LT.
Yes, our friends at Nut Dust, they are redefining the use and feel of body powder. Nut Dust talc-free, all-natural body powder. It's great for all over the body, feet, below the belt. Available in 4 great scents: Naked, Voyager, Laddie, and Wildling. All day, every day, our friends at Nut Dust, they've got you covered. Remember, go to officialnutdust.com. Put in that keyword fall, as in the season, FALL. You'll get a great discount. Officialnutdust.com.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
How do you know you're in a community, not just a town? Well, strangers smile as they walk by. They refill your coffee without you asking. And when you ask directions, people offer to walk you there. Communities give more. The way you know when you walk into First Bank that you are in a real community bank. Great products, direct access to your local bankers, and relationships that can last a lifetime. Don't just have an account. Have a community with First Bank. Member FDIC.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Vulcan Tire and Automotive. 4 great locations right here in Birmingham. The team at Vulcan Tire and Automotive, they feel it's important for you to know they don't employ any salespeople or technicians that are incentivized with your commissions. When you are getting your vehicle serviced, the team is only incentivized to take care of you and your vehicle. That doesn't happen everywhere, but it does happen at Vulcan Tire and Automotive. Again, 4 locations right here in Birmingham: Hoover, Moody, Trussville, and Gardendale. For more information, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
You know that sound anywhere. It's the crisp crunch of that first nacho chip. With its perfect cheese to sour cream ratio sitting atop a layer of delicious beans, it's a sip away from perfection. That's what we're looking for. Add a delicious, refreshing Pepsi and we've achieved absolute nacho nirvana. Because while you can pile those nachos high with every spicy, cheesy, savory topping, there's no topping a cool Pepsi finish. Nachos, better with Pepsi. That's what I like.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Ship happens. Give us a call to get Ship started. Call Griffin and Jeff today, 205-605-8101. You can always go online. Go to getshipstarted.com.
Ship happens to get ship done. Don't ever have an accident. Ship yourself. Don't ever have an accident. And ship yourself.
Go to getshipstarted.com. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. Major situation the other day. Basement and garage flooded. So who did I call? Our friends at Dry Tech Water Restoration. Call them today, 205-637-0143. They were at my house within an hour. They will always respond quickly, and they answer the phone, 205-637-0143. They work for the customer, not the insurance company. No ties to any insurance companies. Go online, mydrytech.com. That's mydrytech.com, or call 205-637-0143. Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
The best food with the best sports is at Walk-On Sports Bistro, and they're now hiring for the Stadium Trace location near the Hoover Met. Walk-On's has top pay for experienced kitchen staff, servers, bartenders, bussers, hostesses, and to-go cashiers. And yes, health benefits are available. Go by the new Walk-On's location at Stadium Trace in Hoover and apply today. Hiring is happening on site 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Saturday. This is your chance to join the championship team at Walk-On's Sports Bistro in Hoover.
Let's face it, we all have a favorite something. This is LT talking about my favorite men's store, Shea's in downtown Homewood. Why do I like this store so much? And what makes Shea's so unique? Well, to start, they have been in business since 1922. Yes, 1922. And they offer an eclectic mix of menswear brands from classic to contemporary, such names as Xenia, Canali, Peter Millar, and many more. They have an in-house alteration personnel who understands that fit is key. And Shea's gets it right. Whether they're fitting a suit, shirt, or jeans. They offer unbeatable service with a sales staff that truly understands the products and how they fit your individual lifestyle in any occasion. Whether it's your work, leisure time with friends, or a formal event like a wedding, stop by Shea's and see if you don't agree. This store is simply the best. That is Shea's in historic downtown Homewood, where you will feel at home when you arrive and well-dressed when you leave.
Next round is back with you, Wimp Sanderson, in just a second. We are presented every day by our friends at Bud Light, and we broadcast from the Birmingham Racecourse and Casino. There's no and. Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, high atop the Blue Lake Center. You know, I miss the song. We gotta come up with something to bring Wimp in. I miss the song. At some point,
there's no.
I don't know the rules. At some point, can we pay a certain amount of money for the rights to one song forever?
Well, the Sinatra family has the rights to that one, so I'm going to assume it would be a hefty value.
I mean, how long until something becomes public domain? I mean, my God, Frank Sinatra songs are dusty. Surely there should be something.
Those pesky Beatles songs.
All right. Well, let's bring Wimp in and talk to him about everything going on in college football. What do you say, man?
I say that is great. Rockstar, you're going to have to do it because my thing's not connected right here. My apologies. The coach, Wimp Sanderson, joins us each week on the Pepsi Hotline, courtesy of our friends at Craneworks, the rental works division of Craneworks. What's up, Coach? How are you today?
Well, appreciate Craneworks having me on. 1954, Cleveland got beat by the Giants in one of the worst series I've ever seen. I was a junior in high school, so I know I'm an American League fan. You're a National League fan. But I got to see. I went up there, Joe DiMaggio, Ted Williams, Bob Feller, Satchel Paige. So last time we won the World Series was 1948. So that's all I know baseball wise. But I keep up with the Braves and the Astros. I don't particularly care for the Astros manager, but
you don't like Dusty, all gloved up.
Well, he's been 5 different places. I think somebody else coaches the team. He's just.
I kind of feel the same way. I think Dusty's probably just a name out there.
Yeah,
right?
I thought he was a cardboard stand-up when they hired him.
Yeah,
And
you're right, Jim. I think he's got all the rags on his arm and all that kind of stuff. I think they give him the starting lineup. He writes it.
I agree with Wimp. I think I'm with Lance. When they hired him, Lance, they needed good PR, and Dusty's, like people I think like Dusty, and that was a good PR hire. Somebody else coaching that team. I mean, Dusty. I think they have to tell Dusty the score.
Yeah, they don't. Yeah, you're right. He doesn't get in the way.
Yep.
And people, Dusty need to do this, do that, and then he does it. And Astros has been very good. The problem they had with stealing the signs was not good, but. Last night's game was, a terrific game for the Braves, and although I'm an American League fan, I'm glad to see the Braves do well.
I probably know the answer to this because we've known you for a long time. I know you're an Indians fan. I don't know who else you pull for, you're fanatical about. I would say the Indians are the top of your list, but we brought this up earlier. As a big fan of certain teams, I can't watch those teams in public. I have to be by myself. Are you the same way?
No, not so much anymore because I really don't have anybody. I'm just dying to win, just having a fit for that team to win. So I hate to answer your question in a negative manner. I don't. I did when I was a young kid. I was wanting certain teams to win, maybe Cleveland or Alabama or somebody. But I don't have that anymore. I watch the game and. Just try to figure out why they won or why they lost. And
so you can watch a ton of games without any rooting interest. I always find myself I go back to Illinois Penn State this past week. Okay,
I'm sorry.
No, it's okay.
I will say that I will say this to you. I do get all antsy on the blue plates.
Mm-hmm.
I enjoy doing that, and I've been fortunate enough to get by with them. And
won another one.
Pretty antsy. Yeah, we did won another one pretty easily, but I do get antsy on those because I want to do well with them, and I've done well all when I 8 out of 9, and so it's been good. So
yeah, it's incredible.
Absolutely. I do get antsy about that.
Hey, I got to ask you about the Tennessee-Alabama rivalry.
Yeah.
We saw Alabama win this past week, and Nick Saban reacted on what a big deal it was. I mean, he didn't want to talk about any of the negatives afterwards. He wanted to talk only about what a big win it was for the fans and his team and for him. he thought. And I'd said in pre-games, I got asked by a younger sportscaster, I don't understand why this is a rivalry game, Jim. And I said, listen, to me, this is a Pampers and Depends rivalry game. If you're closer to Pampers, you don't understand it because Alabama's won 15 straight now. If you're closer to Depends, you understand why you hate Tennessee. Were you surprised afterwards that Nick Saban wanted to talk only about positives and the big win and what it meant to the fans when they had a few things that usually he would have brought up in postgame? Or is that just the magnitude of a win over Tennessee?
He talked about the positives because they had a bunch of negatives. And we have a complete audience who are criticizing the defensive coordinator.
Yes.
We don't criticize the backfield coaches. And my concern is that when those defensive people look over at the bench and they run something fast, I'm halfway answering your question, and I'll try to answer it, Jim. But I think the backfield, although you run the assignments, but Nick Saban and his staff, the people that run the backfield, are as responsible as the up front guy. And we're killing the up front guy. And by the way, people that own shows supporting him are his players, and I don't even know him. Met him at one of Nick's golf tournaments.
Doug Marone is who Coach is talking about here. Yeah.
But I'm talking about the defense.
Well, you were talking about Pete Golding and then Doug Marone. Yeah.
And so anyway, I just feel like the backfield is playing fast against them, and I think that he bragged because they didn't play the way he wanted them to play. That may sound silly to you. Now I was in the era when Alabama lost 9 in a row, and it wasn't good. And then they came back and won 10 in a row, and so now it's 15 in a row. So of course I'm older than dirt, so I can remember all those times. And Tennessee is Philip Fulmer's Jim. Philip Fulmer is a little bit of a cause of the hatred.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah,
yes.
He's a big and. I don't want to get into that because I will make Alabama fans mad. So I'm not going to get into that. So whatever.
He is the coach, Wimp Sanderson. He joins us each week on the Pepsi Hotline, courtesy of the Craneworks division of Craneworks. Do you feel like Alabama, when they put their best game together, and I was just talking in the hallway coming back from the men's room with a guy that works in this building that is the biggest Alabama fan I've ever met, Big Don. And Big Don said, Scott Forster heard him, if Alabama puts it together, they're the best team in the country. Do you believe that? If they put it together and play their best game, are they the best team in the country?
No, if they put it together, they might be. I think Georgia's awfully good. I think this quarterback at Alabama is absolutely terrific. He's got great eyes. And where he's not run with the football very much, and he thought maybe that was going to be a little bit of a problem. And Alabama is going to have to play on the perimeter against Georgia if they get to them, if they get by Auburn and those people. They could be. I don't know that they are right now. I don't think they are. They got one running back that's terrific. Outside of that, their running backs are probably good, but you don't see them much. So I would answer your question by saying they could be. I'm not sure they are.
Coach, James Franklin has had an interesting week. 9 overtime loss to Illinois. Weird press conference yesterday. His name speculated out there with the LSU, the USC jobs. We're all in agreement. We're not huge James Franklin fans. We just don't think he's a coach that is ever going to win a championship. Where are you right now on James Franklin? And ultimately, does he stay at Penn State, use the leverage, get a raise, or do you think he takes USC or LSU?
I think he probably takes one of those two jobs. I don't know. I thought maybe you were going to ask me how he handles his team trying to answer those questions. I think he just cuts the questions off with the media, just like Brian Harsin has cut the questions off about his vaccination. He's cut them off, and I think he does it that way. I would say that he probably Penn State's a great place. I was up there several days in a row playing a basketball game, and it's a very nice place. So I don't know how bad LSU wants him. We'll see. I'll be honest with you, and I'm going to change the subject on it a little bit. I think that, and I don't know this, but I think it. I think the Michigan State coach is big in the LSU thing.
So is that the name you were going to tell us last week?
Yeah, I switched. I switched to answering your questions, LT. But I think probably James Franklin he may take the job, and he may take. I think he probably likes the SEC. So if he can get it at LSU, he'd probably take it. But I think also that I would think the deal at Michigan State, if I may say so, is that they have a minority president. You're dealing with a person who has changed jobs. Colorado has gone very, very quickly. But you're also dealing with an athletic director who makes good choices. You're also dealing with a guy, and I'm changing now, you're dealing with a guy who has coached with Nick Saban. To me, that's big. Nick Saban didn't like it when he left and went with Kirby at all because he'd just been there a year, I think, or maybe 2, I'm not sure. But James Franklin thing may be exactly like you say. It may be a situation where he doesn't know what to do, and at the end he takes one of those 2 jobs. But I don't, for some reason, I have a feeling, and I'll get on this show next week or 2 or 3 weeks and be dead wrong, but that's kind of my feeling.
Won't be your first time. Wimp's Blue Plate in just a second. Basketball before we get to your Blue Plate pick.
Yeah.
We're about to crank up. The All-SEC coaches team released Alan Flanagan from Auburn, Shackelford and Quinley from Alabama on the first team. Alabama, their schedule pre-conference with Gonzaga and Houston and Memphis and all the other teams they could play before they get in the conference. Later, Baylor right smack dab in the middle of SEC play in the Big 12 Challenge. Are you a proponent for scheduling that tough? Do you like that difficult of a schedule? Or would you have preferred, if you were coaching this team, not to be challenged that much? Because I remember sometimes when I was a kid, I would think to myself, man, Wimp has scheduled, the Great Alaskan Shootout in Georgetown and this and that. He has scheduled some tough games. And those ended up being really good years when you had scheduled that way. Did you like scheduling tough?
No, I like scheduling semi-tough.
Right.
And I think he's done a good job. He's got these first 3 or 4 games, Jim. He's going to win, bam, 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 starting next Thursday week. He's going to win these 4 to get a good look at his team. But he's got the tough games. Now, the 2 differences in Cal at Kentucky this year is that he's got a team. He's got to bring in a lot of transfers. He's got an easier schedule trying to get this team ready to play with among themselves. So I think his schedule is good too. But I think the Alabama schedule is such that because the schedule is talked about being so tough, as you have said, then they're going to be in the NCAA tournament, even if they lose a game or 2. Baylor got one of their best players hurt for the year yesterday. So I would say that to answer your question, it's good for them to do that because it puts their name out there, and they're going to be a team. Well, we got beat by Houston by 2, but they played them, that kind of thing, and I think it helps them.
All right, he is the coach, Wimp Sanderson. He joins us each week on the Pepsi Hotline, presented by the Craneworks division of Craneworks, and each week he gives us his Blue Plate special. Hit it, Rockstar.
Blue Plate special, sitting in a mayonnaise jar on Sonny Smith's porch.
Coach is now 8-1 on the season, and he owes us a debt of gratitude for us talking him into just sticking with the way he's always done it. He got back on the winning track last week, so we're going to stick with that. Where are we going this week, Coach?
I don't know.
Okay. You want to call in Friday and tell us? Yes.
Well, no, I can do it. I'd rather call in Friday, but I don't think you'd like me to do that.
I really don't care. We've done this 2 straight weeks now. I just want to again point out that you
as long as we fix the line the right way.
Yeah.
I don't know what LT sometimes tries to guess as to what I was going
to do.
We've all got dry erase
I think
boards.
there's 3 games you came down to this weekend.
The more difficult it is for a rookie like me,
Yep.
and I've been bragging about the 8/9. I think that's
you should.
It's incredible.
I know you have.
I've thrown the game. I've thrown it into 2 games.
Okay.
The 2 games I've thrown it into, like I did last week. Last week I had Ohio State, and then I had the South Carolina game, which I won with. I've thrown it into Ohio State again.
Okay.
The 9 overtimes, folks, it's just 9 one plays.
Mm-hmm.
It's not 9 15-minute games.
Right.
When they played 9 overtimes, now 18.5 is what it is right now. Is that right, Lance?
It is 17.5, I think.
I've
right
got
now.
it. No, I got it at 18.5.
Okay,
You're at 18.5. Yeah.
18.5. It's
Right.
moved up, and probably going to move up more because Ohio State's scoring very, very fast. And so that's one of the games that it's got me confused. Good, bad, and none of the above. The other game that doesn't have me a whole lot confused is Georgia and Florida.
Yeah.
And I'm going to blue plate Georgia.
You're going to take Georgia. I think it's at 14. Is that where you see it,
Yeah,
Coach? Yeah.
14,
Georgia minus 14.
I had those 2 games, but I went with the third.
I didn't get
I
it
thought
right
you would
either.
go Georgia, Ohio State, or I had Notre Dame minus the 3.5 against North Carolina.
I thought you were going to take.
Indeed.
I thought you were going to take Michigan,
Yep.
or maybe Lane down at Auburn. That's where I thought you were going.
Nope. They're an underdog.
I think if I had gone the Michigan State
Yeah.
games, I would have selected Michigan State.
I had Oklahoma minus the 20 is where I was going. I thought you were going to go Oklahoma minus 20.
I just think Georgia's just doesn't let you score. I know Florida's had an open week, but they're not very good defensively. Georgia's, I know you're fixing to say. Here's what you're fixing to say when I hang up.
Okay.
They haven't played anybody.
Well,
That's what you're going to say.
Okay.
And whether their offense is good enough to score 14 points or whatever they got, 21, 28 points, you don't think so.
No, you're
and
the
they
one
haven't
that's
played
8-1. Yeah, you're 8-1.
and they haven't played anybody
Yep.
particularly. I just think they're darn good.
All right, so
I'm taking Georgia.
Georgia minus the 14 is Coach's Blue Plate Special. The coach is presented each week by the Craneworks division of Craneworks.
Well, it certainly is, and also if you have a home project coming up or a corporate construction job, you need to check out Rental Works. It's a division of Craneworks, and they have everything from landscaping equipment to excavators to whatever you might want at craneworks.com. Appreciate you guys having me on, and I will talk to you next week.
All right, Wimp, love you.
Love you. Thanks.
Bye. This guy's a tepid love you. That's the Coach Wimp Sanderson on the Pepsi Hotline.
All right, a lot more to get to when we come back, including the NFL trade rumors that continue to crank up and a lot of college football. The show being brought to you by the friends over at Alabama Men's Clinic right here in Central Alabama, taking care of thousands of Alabama men over the years. Think about this, low testosterone problem. It's something I met a person inside the Alabama Men's Clinic when I toured the facility there who had started taking testosterone treatments at the age of 32. It's not always an age thing. It's a personal thing, and it has changed the sliding scope of when you need a low testosterone treatment has changed in recent years. You need to get checked out. Listen, if your workouts haven't been the same, if you haven't been sleeping great, if your energy is down, your libido has changed, you may have a low testosterone problem, and the Alabama Men's Clinic can get to the solution. You go by, you get a medical consultation and blood work. If medically advised and you start your low T treatments that day in the office, your visit is absolutely free. Set up the appointment by calling 205-598-7000, 205-598-7000, or go to the website, alabamamensclinic.com. That's alabamamensclinic.com. A great facility and a great team of doctors right there. When we come back, we will get into what is going on with James Franklin. What the heck is wrong with James Franklin? Next on the next round.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
Take a second to listen to me. Do you have problems sleeping? Is your energy down? Your workouts not the same? Is your libido down? Your problem could be as simple as low testosterone. Whatever the challenge, the Alabama Men's Clinic has a solution. You can come in, get a medical consultation and blood work. If medically advised and you start your low T treatments that day in the office, your visit is free. Set up that appointment by calling 205-598-7000 or go to the website, alabamamensclinic.com. Another side effect could be depression, and most men wait a year or longer before ever getting tested. The goal line to better sleep, more energy, a rekindled love life, and more may be as simple as getting your low T checkup at Alabama Men's Clinic. Located in Birmingham to serve you. The number again, 205-598-7000, or one click at alabamamensclinic.com. That's alabamamensclinic.com.
Thanksgiving, Christmas, New Year's. Let Holly Mack Wilson put you in a new home for the holidays. A new place to have a family Thanksgiving dinner. A new place to put up the Christmas tree and hide the presents. A new place to ring in the new year with friends and family. Holly Mack Wilson, putting a new meaning to home for the holidays. Call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446. That's 205-901-9446. Holly Mack Wilson, a Tuscaloosa Keller Williams agent.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Getting the whole family into comfortable shoes can be an incredible feat, but not at New Balance Birmingham. We have the largest selection and inventory of any specialty shoe store, and our fit specialists will match your feet with the perfect New Balance shoe. Come see us at the New Balance Birmingham store, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. Experience the difference a custom fit makes today at New Balance Birmingham.
Drunk driving prevention is a priority at Anheuser-Busch. You can't drive drunk if you don't drive there. Encourage friends to join in the pledge to Decide to Ride on DecideToRide.com. Brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and The Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
Banking isn't just about your money, it's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. AmFirst was founded for members just like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means services that grow and change with the times to serve you better. Now, every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. You can even customize the app, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the number one priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. That's amfirst.org. America's first federal credit union, federally insured by the NCUA.
Truckworks is proud to be the presenting sponsor of the next round's 9 o'clock hour. With locations in Alabama, Mississippi, and the Florida Panhandle, there's a job opportunity for you, no matter where you're located. Visit truckworks.com and click the Join Our Team tab today for more information.
Hello, I'm J.L. Shea, and 4 generations of Sheas have run our business in the same spot in downtown Homewood. People ask me from time to time why we do what we do. I can tell you that it's just not all about the clothes, although we are a little obsessive about the brands we bring into our store. No, we do what we do because of people just like you. And through all these years, I've learned one critical lesson. The most important part of a man's wardrobe is fit. When your clothes fit, they feel like part of you, not just something you put on in the morning. You move more easily, you feel more confident. And fit is not an accident or a matter of luck. It shows whether you're buying a made-to-measure suit, a jacket off the rack, or a pair of jeans. We're going to ensure that the fit is perfectly you. Come see us at Shea's. I promise you'll notice a difference. That's Shea's in downtown Homewood, where we have been since 1922.
Johnston RV Center, home of the lifetime warranty, is having its fall sales event Monday, October 25th through Saturday, October 30th. The fall sales event is happening at our 2 locations, off I-65, exit 304 in Coleman and exit 334 in Decatur. There will be special pricing on select units, special financing on the largest inventory of the year, and Halloween treats for the kids. In addition to these savings, Johnston RV offers an exclusive lifetime warranty from RV Warranty Forever on all new models and used models under 2 years old. Now is the time to get the RV of your dreams. Special pricing, special financing, and deals on the largest inventory of the year. Make plans to visit our 2 locations off I-65, exit 304 in Coleman and exit 334 in Decatur. Enjoy our best selections of the year, special pricing, and additional markdowns at the Johnston RV Center Fall Sales Event. For more information, visit our website, johnstonrvcenter.com. Go see why Johnston RV Center is the #1 travel trailer dealer in the state of Alabama.
I've seen a lot of misspeaks over the years. I've done a lot on behind a microphone or on television as well. And I've seen a lot of coaches misspeak. I've never seen one poorly timed like yesterday's news conference with James Franklin. More on that in a second after I tell you about Backyard Adventures. Nothing poorly timed about getting
the backyard dialed in for your kids, right? You have a window of playtime with your kids when they're young, from that 3 to 12 years old, where having a backyard adventure playground in your backyard where any moment you have as a working mom or dad to where you can just go outside with the kids and the pets and just have a blast in your own backyard, and that saves you a 15, 20, 30-minute drive, and you just go out there for an hour, hour and a half and just enjoy the outside. That's what Backyard Adventures did for me as a parent, and I hope it does for you someday as well. Whether you want to buy it right now or plan for it coming up in the spring and summer, I want you to go to backyardalabama.com, backyardalabama.com. This really is an investment that you may think, oh, Jim, that price point right there. Well, think about this. It's a great price point compared to lower quality play sets. This is 100% cedar, great quality. They set it up. They do the landscaping. They'll take it down for you. They'll move it around. It increases the value of your house. And it's not a gift that only lasts one month, 1 year. When your kid's 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and they're playing on the Backyard Adventure, the Backyard Adventure Playground. It's an investment that'll make your kids happy. It'll make you happy because you'll have the memories that you spend in that backyard. Also, they got trampolines and goals, basketball goals as well. Anything you want right there. Backyardalabama.com. Backyardalabama.com or 205-408-4FUN. 408-4FUN to check out your backyard adventure. All right, here's James Franklin yesterday. You know the deal, right? Back in the summer, he changed agents. It became public this week that he's switched agents. His name's being mentioned at LSU and at USC to leave the proud program at Penn State to go coach those proud programs. He also is on a 2-game losing streak, and he's got Ohio State staring him in the eyes. So it's a great time to not know what the hell you're talking about in a news conference. Here's James Franklin.
Are you committed to being the head coach here beyond this season?
Yeah, obviously I've been asked this question multiple times, and my focus is completely on Illinois and this team and this program. I think I've shown over my 8 years my commitment to this university and this community, and that's kind of my statement.
That's a bad statement.
Wow.
Now,
is he just having recurring nightmares about the 9 overtime loss?
I don't know.
That is not we played the wrong clip from last week leading into the game.
Nope.
That happened yesterday.
And to be fair, he did say Ohio State in other parts, but it's amazing.
Oh, in other parts, Brown, he says, we're looking forward to going to Columbus and playing in the Big House.
That's right.
It's the Horseshoe in Columbus. It's the Big House at Michigan.
It does seem like he's got a lot bouncing around up there.
Okay, and Franklin, it seemed like he made his bones. The pro-Franklin people out there, they talk about the one Big Ten championship where they were left out of the playoff, but it also seems like he made his bones beating Ohio State. He's gone 7 times against Ohio State. Do you know what the record is?
I would guess 3 and 4.
I would guess 1-6.
He's 1-6.
Yeah,
it feels like he's won more than that. So it was the one where it was kind of.
It was a
I
crazy
hate to call it
win.
Fluke, but it was a block kick return for a touchdown that decided the game.
It was
right?
in 2016,
Yeah.
and they dominated the first half. Penn State or Ohio State did, and then Penn State did have some flukish stuff in the second half. But in 7 games, everybody talks about his success against Ohio State. He's 1-6.
Yep. He's 1-6.
God, that shows
and they didn't
you-
get into playoffs that year, right? They won the
Big Ten.
Won the
Yeah.
Big Ten, and Ohio State went to the playoffs.
Right.
But that shows you kind of the image James Franklin has. I thought they had done better than that against Ohio State.
I did too.
I guessed 3
I
and
did
4.
too.
I'm surprised it's only 1-6.
Yeah. Blake wants to know, LT, if James Franklin takes the LSU job, will he last longer than 4.5 years?
If he gets the right coordinator. Is that fair? I think if he got the right offensive coordinator, I think he'd be okay. Franklin would be able to recruit, no doubt.
No, he can recruit, and
Yeah.
he's a great face for the program. He is a great pitch man, which you don't really need at LSU. You don't have to sell tickets at LSU, and you don't at Penn State either, but he still does it at Penn State.
He's usually great with the media, but...
And again, I watched a lot of that press conference because I saw this story yesterday, and he was better than that moment. That moment was his worst moment of the press conference.
Yeah, so to answer
it's embarrassing.
Blake's
when you're talking
question,
about being focused.
He would last longer than 4.5 years. He would have an opportunity to win a championship. I don't feel great about it. He'd need to get the right coordinator in. But again, this has gotten redundant on this show the last month. Les Miles and Ed Orgeron both won national championships.
Now, are you saying that because you don't want him at USC?
I don't want him at USC.
Yeah.
at all.
So you're talking him up for LSU.
Yeah, I think it'd be great.
Good news for you is several Pac-12 reporters saying that Jeff Fisher is nowhere close to being a candidate.
I would assume Jeff Fisher's probably on a couch right now with a T-shirt with a little mustard stain on it.
I think it was Carson Palmer.
Watching a crime docudrama.
I think it was. I'm going to have to dig back and look. I think it was Carson Palmer that got all this started because
Dan
he was the was it on Dan Patrick's show, your boy? He was the one that mentioned Mike Tomlin and that caused Mike Tomlin to get asked about it. So I don't know where Carson's getting his info.
It's not even believable, though, because you talk about the differences in the college and the NFL job. The college job, you got to work so much harder. We talk about recruiting. Now you got to deal with name, image, and likeness. Jeff Fisher is a guy that, I mean, look, I think it was Clay Travis first to tab him as an 8-8 career coach.
He is.
But not only that, just didn't seem like he was busting his ass on those final years.
Yeah. So we'll keep you updated on the coaching carousel. James Franklin yesterday not connecting the dots before a big game happening this weekend with Penn State going to play in Columbus against Ohio State, not Illinois, primetime on ABC this weekend. The show being brought to you by our friends at Alabama Power. We'll talk to our quarterback, Brock Huard, coming up in the next segment, Brownie.
Hey, timely communication more important today than ever. Alabama Power wants you to know you got a lot of options when it comes to reaching them that extend beyond the phone or mail. Did you know there are a lot of options available to receive account information? They offer paperless billing, where you receive your bill via email each month. For more information, visit alabamapower.com/myaccount. Good, Ryan.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
Banking is not just about your money. It's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. Brian Brown here for the next round. AmFirst was founded for members like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means service that grows and changes with the times to serve you better. Now every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. It's even customizable, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the #1 priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. America's first federal credit union is federally insured by the NCUA. Are you sick of leasing your life away? Ryan Brown here from the next round. Mortgage Right has the cure. With locations nationwide, our friends at Mortgage Right are dedicated to making the home buying process easy. They are eager to offer tips, tools, and a staff of industry professionals to move you in with confidence. So if you're ready to let go of the leasing life and start living life, Mortgage Right can help. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to get started. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
At ERA King Real Estate, they're empowered by technology and driven by community. What does that mean? It means you are the reason they have the most extensive training and the most innovative tools in the business. ERA King believes a culture focused on building value in their agents produces big value for their clients and their families. To find your agent, text MOVE to 35260. That's MOVE to 35260. ERA King, working hard to make home buying easy.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round. I'm absolutely loving my Alfa Romeo Stelvio that I've been in for months now, and right now you can get up to $3,500 bonus cash plus 1.9% financing for 72 months on the all-new 2021 Alfa Romeo Giulias and the Stelvios at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com, 1837 Grants Mill Road, exit 27, right off of I-459. Hey, if you're looking for a local agent to handle all of your insurance needs, you need to call my good friend James Anthony at the James Anthony Agency, 205-985-7717, Hoover, Birmingham, Northport, and Tuscaloosa. Has been in business over 20 years, the James Anthony Agency.
All right, guys, I don't know about you, but there is one game I don't ever want to be out of. And that's why I'm glad we have the Alabama Men's Clinic right here in Birmingham.
They have treated thousands of Alabama men for ED. There are many different causes like a heart condition, diabetes, a reaction to medication, or simply low testosterone. The Alabama Men's Clinic staff will find the problem, and some of you will be back in the game the day after your first appointment. You can set up that appointment by calling 205-598-7000 or go to the website, alabamamensclinic.com. I know what you're thinking. A lot of guys actually just take a pill, but sometimes that pill doesn't work, or it can give you unwanted side effects. Let the pros come up with your game plan. There's no need to wait. Depression, anxiety, a new connection with that special person in your life. It could be all just one important play away. Call 205-598-7000 or get back in the action at alabamamensclinic.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation, 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the next round sent you, 969-8100 or Michelson. LaserVision.com.
Truckworks is proud to be the presenting sponsor of the next round's 9 o'clock hour. With locations in Alabama, Mississippi, and the Florida Panhandle, there's a job opportunity for you, no matter where you're located. Visit truckworks.com and click the Join Our Team tab today for more information.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
To the Sun Belt Conference goes Southern Miss and Old Dominion as we continue to do realignment. Braves win Game 1 of the World Series. This hour of the show being brought to you by our friends at Gutter Cap.
Hey, we've told you for years that Gutter Cap is a patented aluminum cover system. It fits over most existing gutters, keeping out that debris. Eliminate the gutter cleaning forever. It's back with a lifetime warranty. My friend Chris Stewart's been doing this 20 years here in Birmingham. Stay off the dangerous ladder. If you get on the roof, you fall, you snap the neck and die, you're no good to the wife or kids. Cap it, don't snap it. 45% off the retail price right now for December installs. Go to guttercapbirmingham.com or call 205-823-2212.
All right, let's go to the Pepsi hotline and talk with Brock Huard. And we should let Brock know as he joins us that I know I stayed up way later than I wanted to Friday night for one reason.
Sammy boy.
Sammy boy. See if Sam Huard got some snaps in that game, Brock. We were pulling for him.
Well, he got some. I think like 15 of the 16 were the same run play, so that was not.
That's true. You got the one pass attempt. Yeah.
I was in Des Moines, Iowa, doing the same thing. I think on the same time zone as you, and we knew going into it that he would get at least a series. That was the conversation going in, and I was really hoping that they would just get him out of the pocket, find him some completions, maybe a screen, a hitch, a seam route. He's really good at throwing into space. He played in an air raid system in 4 years of high school, and I was hoping that was going to be the case, and that was not the case. And unfortunately, he just got that one series, and that was it. Because I certainly got a bunch of texts and friends and folks pretty excited to see if that would be his opportunity, and that opportunity is still waiting. It will come, whether it comes this year or whenever it does come. It will come, and Uncle will be pretty excited about it.
I've got two Pac-12 questions. I'll ask one, and then I'll wait my turn on the second.
You can go with both right now.
Yeah, go ahead and go both.
Let's get the Pac-12 out of the way quick.
We'll be quick then. Yeah, we'll get them out of the way because we know they're irrelevant. First one, Drake London, regardless of position, is a top 5 player in college football. I am right about this, right?
Ooh, top 5 in any position in all of college football? No, he's a top 5 receiver for sure.
Oh, he's the best receiver by far, Brock.
Oh, yes.
What would Drake London do for Ohio State or Alabama right now?
I mean, he'd be good. I don't know if he would be that much better than Chris Olave or Garrett Wilson. Honestly, I mean, those two are incredibly special. You see, the beauty of the receiver position is kind of like quarterback position. They all bring different gifts and skill sets, and he has he's Mike Evans. I mean, he truly has that size, strength, use your body, I had them against Wazoo, and I think in game I said, man, I know there's a lot of frustration in the USC community, but Keyshawn Johnson is loving this because he's watching a young Keyshawn. Like, that's who he is. But that's different than a 4-4, oh, my gosh, you scare me to death. Every single play I've got to rotate a safety over you, and you change the chessboard because of your speed and your home run ability. He is by far the most prolific doubles hitter in college football. And he'll go to the league and he'll hit doubles and he'll hit some home runs like Mike Evans. But that is his skill set. So I'm careful to just throw that label on that position where such different varying skill sets play such a role in their dominance.
Okay, you pushed me off the cliff on that one. I think you'll agree with this one, though, or maybe you won't.
Okay.
Jonathan Smith, I think he's done a tremendous job. You know him well, his time at Washington, former quarterback at Oregon State. The other day, I said on the show, they brought up the fact that I think it was Ryan Brown here.
It was me.
Jonathan Smith gets that offer. He takes off.
Big job. It would take a big job.
I've got a feeling that he stays around Corvallis and continues to build what he's building there. Am I wrong?
It all depends on what he believes that conference will be. You set it up. You guys did, right? Right, was how you teed off the question. Well, let's aspire to, and then we'll
be done with it. Let's move on.
Right, because if that is the sentiment that he feels there within that conference, and where does Oregon State sit in this conference? And how much confidence do I have in George Kliavkoff to turn this thing around? And what does our revenue and our exposure look like? And by the way, in my state, I've got to recruit against that crew 40 minutes away that casts a net. I've got the Ducks this weekend against Colorado. And, one of the graphics that we're going to have, I was just teeing my guys up last night, kind of going through their starting unit. And, the net that Oregon can cast is far different than everybody else in that conference, save for USC when they're rolling, but they're not rolling. So what they can do and bring players from Alabama, from Fort Lauderdale, from Georgia, from Texas, from New Jersey, from Southern California, over and over and over. And Jonathan Smith's got to compete against that each and every year, 40 minutes away, and try to be relevant. So, no, I think I'm a little more with Mr. Brown there. If the right opportunity comes, just like Mr. Harsin, just like Chris Peterson, right, those guys left Boise. It had to be the right opportunity, the Huskies and Auburn. And I think for Harsin, he went, state in landscape of college football, I better go where the ratings are. I better go where the revenue is. I better go where the exposure is at the highest level here, rather than try to compete against those behemoths on such an unlevel playing field.
I'm interested on if you agree with Tom Brady and who maybe has benefited most in college athletics from what Tom said on Monday. He was asked about what has changed from his rookie year to now in the game of football, and he says basically it's a skills game now, that the physicality has been, legislated out of the game. Used to, the way you would beat skill was to be more physical, more tough than some people. It's a skills game now. Do you agree with that? And is there a coach you think has benefited the most from that in the college game?
I agree with that a lot at the NFL level, completely at the NFL level. I think he is totally right. And, I remember watching that Buddy Ryan E60, the deal they did on him.
Yep.
And, or Football Life. I'm sorry, I think it was the Football Life. I remember watching that like, oh, dear Lord. If you did the DDT and the pile driver to quarterbacks today, you might be suspended for the season. And back then it was celebrated. Back then you were like, yeah, man, just drive his head right through the concrete. Like, it don't matter. He's just a quarterback, And today you can't touch him. There are times it is laughable at some of these penalties for roughing the penalty, roughing the quarterback. So I think Tom is 100% right. I will say, even at the NFL level, look at what Baltimore is doing. Look at what a lack of physicality and run game is doing to the Kansas City Chiefs. So I think that there is always an element at the line of scrimmage. It will never go away. And frankly, I threw away my paper for my Monday show, but I had documented over the weekend in all of these wins, Wisconsin ran the ball 51 times to beat Purdue. They threw it 8. Oregon State, we just talked about, ran it 45 times, threw it 21 to beat Utah. And I can go down the list. Illinois ran it 60. This is, by the way, I'm kind of proud of myself. This is all straight memory. I'm not even looking at notes right now. My CTE hasn't set in. 67 times Illinois ran the ball to beat Penn State. So I think you're starting to see a little pendulum shift in college football, where you see a ton of 3-down fronts, where you see the Iowa State defensive model of, hey, man, keep it in front of you. We'll have an extra safety, 5 safeties. Teams won't run it. They want to RPO. They want to throw it. They want to be finesse. They want to play basketball on grass. So we're going to put 8 guys in a zone defense back there, and we're going to minimize big plays, and we're going to frustrate them, and they won't run the ball. Well, guess what? Teams are running the ball over and over and over again in college football. So I think there's a little difference there. But by big picture, yeah, I think Tom said it right. And the skill, oh, by the way, of young players is phenomenal. Caleb Williams' skill as a true freshman is phenomenal. C.J. Stroud's skill as a redshirt freshman is phenomenal. So the skill development has been sped up from, third graders starting to have QB coaches and receiver trainers. The skill level is at an all-time high.
Brock Huard is with us. We'll tell you more at the end. FillTheStadium.com, though, is a website he's very passionate about. You can go help donate to Compassion International at FillTheStadium.com. You will see Brock on the Colorado-Oregon game, 2:30, Fox 6 start time for that one. And he is on Twitter at Brock Huard with us on the Pepsi hotline. I didn't have the volume up on your game. I had it on, but I had the volume up on another game, so I didn't get your real-time reaction to the taunting penalty that wiped points off the board. Brock, it's one of the worst calls I've seen, and in a time where you were just talking about football trying to go where the ratings are, that type of thing hurts your ratings when we don't allow people to have fun at games.
Yeah. So real time, this is good timing. On Monday, what our crew does is we gather on a Zoom call and walk through the previous game and look ahead to some bigger storylines in our upcoming game. Because usually, like for next week, I don't know where we are. We will kind of get informed of that with a 6-day pick. Saturday night, Sunday morning, we'll know for sure where we are the following week. So we use that Monday to kind of land the plane from the previous game and look to take off for the next one. And that was a topic of conversation amongst us because, quite honestly, when it happened, he scored. I was looking at something. I was looking at a replay of something, the route. I was not even looking at the field. Aaron Goldsmith made the call, touchdown, everything else. And by the time I looked up, I was like, oh, my gosh, oh, my God. Like, it was one of those. You've got to be kidding me. As it was with Matt Campbell. You saw the slow build. I think initially it was like taunting, okay, going to be in fourth. Oh, and then he exploded. And I think I don't even know. I blacked out. I don't know what I said. But, yeah. And then we brought Mike Pereira in. I know that. And he reacted to it and said, hey, listen, you can't do that. By the letter of the law, did he take kind of a half step before the goal line? Maybe. Was he taunting a player? No. Was he just celebrating an incredible play? Yes. Like that is maybe a warning to that player. That's what I think a mature ref does. If that play happens, you pull him aside and say, hey, listen, I'm not going to call this on you right now. You do that again, though, I have to. Because by letter of the law, started to celebrate before you cross the goal line, and that is just a no-no. But you can't throw that penalty. And thank God they scored 3 plays later, and said in player Xavier Hutchinson scores 3 plays later, so it did not become an issue in the game. Otherwise, it could have been really devastating for that officiating crew, for that official. If we would have continued to harp on it, if it would have played a role in the game, it would have just added so much further insult to injury.
Okay, before you get out of here, I got to get you to agree with me.
On the Rams?
On the Rams.
Hey, I think they're like the 7th or 8th best team in the NFL. I really do. I don't think they haven't played a full 60 minutes yet. I don't know your opinion on that. I wasn't going to go Rams.
No, let's don't.
I was just going to ask you this. True or false, there's only 3 teams right now in college football that can win a national championship.
Ooh, that's pretty good. That is pretty good. Alabama, Georgia, Ohio State.
Yep. I mean, that's what I think. I don't know. I was just wondering if you agree with that.
I do. Alabama, we were watching that game at the sports bar after hours, and one of the guys in our crew was like, there's just something that's not as dominant. And, obviously A&M beat them, and I know the nickel ejected for targeting was an enormous call. I know they were tired after the Ole Miss game, running around, and there's a bunch of season left here, and when you've got one, you have no margin for error. Georgia definitely, there's no question, they're equipped. I think, the way you want to, and to this point, do not have a blemish. So they've got a little bit of margin. Ohio State's not what they've been defensively. They don't have war downies all over the field, and the ones that are freshmen that are going to be either next year or 2 years. They're going to be phenomenal on defense. So they've shown a little vulnerability. Everybody else, I get your point. They've shown more vulnerability. But, you know what, to agree, I don't like disagreeing with you on all three things, so I'll agree with that one. I'll even.
Give them a win.
Your Rams are very, very good. Matthew Stafford, I'm happy for him. Brandon Staley, they do miss. He is a phenomenal defensive coach. But I don't like disagreeing with you on everything, so I'll give you that one. I'll give you at least half the Oreo with that one.
Before you go, though, you don't have to agree with this or not, but I listened to
Is
you.
Is this what we turn into?
Yeah, it is very much. We love the affirmation on this show.
You agree with Tom Brady? You agree with me?
No. I listen to you a lot, and I love your thoughts on quarterback play and all this. Brown pointed this out to me, and I've paid attention a long time now to Tua Tagovailoa when he's in the game. He's so much better when they're in a no-huddle hurry-up almost.
Yeah, he's a different quarterback.
Where he's just calling plays and they're just going. How do you feel about that? And are there certain quarterbacks you think that really thrive in that situation? And how would you have handled that back in the day?
Yeah, he plays best in reactionary mode. He's almost like a defensive player. Defensive players are what? Defensive players have to react to what the offense is doing, what personnel group you have in, what formations you have in. Right, even Jerry Glanville, who's the most impulsive, crazy defensive coach ever. When I was sitting next to him on the sidelines in the XFL, right, and he's mic'd up, and he's like, BTF, BTF, BTF. I'm like, what in the world is BTF? And can I say that? Are we safe right now to keep replaying BTF? Well, BTF is blitz the formation. Oh. But even he has to react to what the formation is, and the blitzes, the corresponding blitzes, that come off of those formations. So those defensive coaches and defensive players are reactionary. And I do think Tua is one of those QBs that is reactionary, that plays best when I don't have to sit and overthink, when I can simply react, whether that's playing with speed and tempo, whether that's playing in a shotgun. I think Doug Flutie was a reactionary quarterback. Now, Tua's bigger than Doug, but, Kyler Murray is a reactionary quarterback. Russell Wilson is a reactionary quarterback. I think when you have sight lines that are challenged, and Tua is not the biggest guy, and those three guys I referenced to you are not the biggest guys. So, when you do have sight lines that are more challenged than they are for a 6'3" or 6'5" guy, then you are a little more prone to react. You are a little more twitchy. I don't think I'd ever heard an analyst, and Trent Dilfer trained him, right, equipped him, worked with him with his rehab off the draft. I don't think I've heard a quarterback referenced as twitchy more than I did with Tua. And even his brother, Talia, who I had at Maryland a couple weeks ago, their coaching staff's like, yeah, he's super twitchy. Talia's just got this twitchiness to him. And I'm like, twitchy? Have you ever heard Tom Brady, Aaron Rodgers, Joe Montana, right? Twitchy? I don't get that. I've never heard twitchy. But then when you watch them, you're like, yeah, Kyler's twitchy. Tua's twitchy. And those guys play their best ball, man, when they are reacting and playing, I hate to say it on the playground, but, that's how they grew up playing the game. And I think there is some sense to that, and certainly something worth watching over Tua's career, where in the NFL you do have to play in a little more structure. You have to. The game and the hash marks and just the style of the play, mandates that. His growth and development in structure is probably going to define whether or not he makes it as a franchise QB or not.
All right, you guys tell us all the time when we have Brock Huard on how much you love hearing him on this show, and we appreciate it a great deal. You can show your appreciation by doing something that's near and dear to his heart and go to fillthestadium.com and make a donation to Compassion International. It is a trusted nonprofit organization. My wife and I donated to it, so I've done my homework on this. Compassion International, helping those unprivileged children throughout the world that just need some help. And fillthestadium.com is a place you can go do that. If you like Brock, go make a donation, and that'll help out. Is that the way I was supposed to say that, Brock?
You know what, man? I sure appreciate that. And, we hosted an event a couple weeks ago at our home here. We moved to Colorado. We're right up the road, about 45 minutes from the headquarters of Compassion. The president came up, and We had some friends in a new community here that we moved to. It was such a special night. We're at almost 67,000 seats of a 70,000 seat project. So we are coming right down like the final 2-minute drive of the fourth quarter to finish this thing out. And it's been just an absolute blast to be part of it. And I love coming on with you guys. I come on with you. If you didn't endorse that, you guys know that. I just enjoy my time with you all and talking shop, talking ball. But I so appreciate you giving that plug, and let's hope we can finish the 2-minute drive off well.
That's right. Go to the No Huddle. It's like Tua. You're better there.
There you go.
Yeah. Fillthestadium.com is where you go to do that. Fillthestadium.com and see Brock Saturday, 2:30, Colorado, Oregon, Fox 6 here locally. Brock, thank you, man. Have a great weekend.
We'll do it again. See you, boys.
Yeah, buddy. Take care. Brock Huard with us on the Pepsi Hotline.
All right. We've got a unbelievable stat that LT has off of Wimp's Georgia-Florida pick in his Blue Plate special. That is coming up in Dale Murphy in a second. The show's brought to you by our friends at Wayne's, headquartered right here in Birmingham since 1973. They're the exclusive provider of the entire Next Round crew. We trust them. You should too. And right now is the time to make sure your lawn is properly prepared to grow healthy and lush next spring. And that's why we're letting Wayne's take care of it. The professionals at Wayne's will set us up for success as our lawn enters the dormancy phase of the winter season. We give them, the ability to go in our backyard and take care of not only our lawns, but to spray for mosquitoes. They handle our termite care, mosquito control, lawn care services, and of course, pest prevention. You can get the Enviro Pest Service right now. The initial treatment, $60 off that if you use the code TNR. That stands for the next round. TNR promo code at checkout. Go to 866-WAYNES1, 866-WAYNES1. You, off of Wimp's pick, he picked Georgia over Florida. You had something that popped up.
Yeah, no, this is crazy. I came across this today, and this is going to blow you all away. This is probably the most amazing stat I've seen in college football in 2021.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
We all know. You guys tell me, maybe it just blows me away. Georgia, we all know, has an elite defense, right?
Uh-huh.
So they've allowed 4 touchdowns in 7 games. Really should be 3 if it wasn't for Mark Stoops. But 4 touchdowns in 7 games. 98 FBS defenses, 98 of, I think, the 132, have allowed 5 or more touchdowns in a single game.
Wow. That is pretty impressive. Yeah.
So 4 for the entire year in 7 games. 98 of the 132 have at least allowed 5 or more in a game.
That is pretty incredible.
So why, and Wimp took Georgia, why are there so many people I'm talking to and hearing and reading that thinks Florida makes this a game this weekend?
Because the cocktail party is usually ugly, grinded out, low-scoring game. And we saw Florida against Alabama. I know that game was in the Swamp. It was Bryce Young's first true road start. Florida hasn't looked as good since. I've got a feeling this game could be closer. I don't know about you guys. I'm kind of on the fence on the game right now.
Yeah,
14.5 points is a lot of points in the cocktail party.
Will this be a sort of a...
and Florida's dominated since 1990, by the way.
Will this be a referendum on the comparison of Georgia and Alabama if this is not a close game, if Georgia handles them by 17, 21, 24 points?
I think people will use that, Brown. I think people will say, well, look, Alabama beat them by 2, but Georgia beat them by 31.
All right. Dale Murphy's up next, right here on the next round. We'll talk some more Braves baseball with him and some of the good old days with the Braves back in the 80s when we continue.
Follow the Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
I want my lawn to look better than anybody else's on my street. Ryan Brown here for the next round. Here's one problem. I play a lot of golf, but I'm not a greenskeeper. It's why I depend on my friends at Wayne's. And now is the time to make sure your lawn is properly prepared to grow healthy and lush when spring rolls around. Let the lawn professionals at Wayne's set you up for success as your lawn enters dormancy for the winter season. I depend on them for my lawn. You should too. Get Wayne's treating your lawn now so it looks great in the spring. 866-WAYNES-1. That's 866-WAYNES-1.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round. Major situation the other day. Basement and garage flooded. So who did I call? Our friends at Dry Tech Water Restoration. Call them today, 205-637-0143. They were at my house within an hour. They will always respond quickly, and they answer the phone, 205-637-0143. They work for the customer, not the insurance company. No ties to any insurance companies. Go online, mydrytech.com. That's mydrytech.com, or call 205-637-0143. Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service. Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations, but we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com. Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about our friends at Vulcan Tire and Automotive. 4 great locations right here in Birmingham. The next time you need one or a set of new tires, do yourself a favor. Stop by, see the guys at Vulcan Tire and Auto. Locally owned and operated with a wide selection of the top tire brands available. The guys there can get you set and get you safely back out on the road. Again, 4 locations in Birmingham, Hoover, Moody, Trustful, and Gardendale. For more information, you can always visit them online. Check them out today, vulcantireandauto.com. Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about our friends at HydroLife Therapy. Boost your immune system today with HydroLife Therapy. IV therapy, B12 injections, cryotherapy, and compression therapy all under one roof. Mention Next Round at checkout. Save 20% off any service at the Birmingham and Tuscaloosa locations. If you're unable to make it to HydroLife, a nurse can actually come to your home or office. You can visit them online today, hydrolifetherapy.com. HydroLife Therapy open 7 days a week. Homewood 9 to 6 and Tuscaloosa 10 to 6.
This hour of The Next Round is brought to you by Excalibur Services, a name you can trust when it comes to residential heating, AC, and electrical services. Excalibur is growing and looking for exceptional HVAC techs, plumbers, and electricians. 205-718-8688. Alabama license number 15214.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
Let's just cut to the chase right here. A tax problem is way too important to trust someone out of state to some national 1-800 number when you have someone here local that can take care of you. I'm Jim Dunaway from The Next Round, and I've seen what ignoring IRS tax problems can do. If you owe back taxes and are looking for a way out, I've got the answer. It's my friend Perry Cronin with the Axiom Tax Resolution Group. You've got to understand this. The IRS is starting to take the gloves off again as we roll into 2022. They're coming after people. So don't fall victim to liens and garnishments. Call Perry Cronin, 205-872-1100, 872-1100, or the website 205tax.com. Perry and his daughter Teresa Cronin are tax professionals right here in our area. You'll meet them face-to-face, you'll explain your situation, and they'll handle your case like a family matter. Perry Cronin can help. Visit the website, 205tax.com.
Dale's Seasoning started right here in Birmingham, Alabama, and now it's #1 in America. And now they've got a new product. It's the Gold Label from Dale's Seasoning, a new condiment-style product. You can dip it, dunk it, or pour it on your burgers, chicken fingers, steaks, and French fries. You guys wanted it, and Dale's delivered. It's available in stores throughout the Southeast. It's a fast, fun, and easy way to enjoy Dale's at your tailgate or cookout. Dale's Seasoning, the new Gold Label. You got to try it.
Man, Austin Riley playing so good right now, as is all the Atlanta Braves, up 1-0 in the World Series. Game 2 coming tonight, 7 o'clock on Fox. Part of the show today being brought to you by our friends at Mortgage Right.
It is the American dream to buy your own home, and Mortgage Right wants to make that dream a reality. With branches across the country, Mortgage Right has all the resources of a nationwide organization while maintaining the charm of a local lender. Mortgage Right makes home buying simple. If you're looking for a quick and caring mortgage experience, Mortgage Right is your go-to lender. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR today to get started.
The great Dale Murphy is with us on the Pepsi Hotline, Atlanta Braves legend, joining us to talk about the World Series. Welcome in today, Dale. I hope you're doing well.
Guys, thanks for having me on.
Yeah, we appreciate you coming on. An incredible win by the Braves last night, especially in light of losing your starting pitcher. What does that do to a team when all of a sudden this guy that's dealing is out of the game? Fortunately, you had some runs, but I mean that's got to, no pun intended, but got to throw you a curveball.
Yeah, I was thinking as soon as it happened, I'm like, what? This is just like the way the season is gone for him. It's like, okay, well, we'll see what else can get thrown at us and still win this thing. Charlie Morton, can you believe he pitched on a broken leg, another inning? I just, in some ways, the way the season goes, I'm like, yeah, of course, this is exactly how it's supposed to be written. It's tough. Absolutely. The Astros, on the other hand, have lost McCullers for this series. So, maybe we could just look at it, well, now we're even and move on. Max Fried is pitching great. I really would not be surprised to see them go into Atlanta up 2-0. I mean, the bats are going. If these bats are going, they'll be fine. Long term, if it gets stretched to 7 games, yeah, it concerns me losing Charlie for sure.
I think we all agree, Dale, that Ronald Acuna is a top 5 player in Major League Baseball. And when he went down, it seemed like the Braves were under 500. It seemed like the season was done. And Alex Anthopoulos goes out and picks up, just some of the more amazing deals at the trade deadline. And nobody knew if that would work or not. But it seems like that's when this team really came together.
Yeah, it's amazing. And that's what's fun about the sport of baseball is, as we know, back in 91, you can actually go from the worst to first. It's not unusual to have that happen in the sport of baseball. In fact, both teams were worst to first, if you'll remember, Minnesota and Atlanta. And so, you get some momentum. It's a long season. The tone is set. I always believe this. The tone is set by the manager in the front office. When they're aggressive, you feel good as a player out there that they're gonna, they got your back. You're not going to be out there just for the heck of it to get through the season. Credit again, Alex Anthopoulos, his staff, and I'll say I've said this a million times. If I was starting an organization, my first hires would be scouts. I would try to hire the best scouts ever. The scouts got Soler because they thought the scouts felt they told Alex Anthopoulos that we feel he's turned a corner. And look what happened. All the moves, Jock Peterson, bringing up Rosario, Matzik, signing him. I mean, the whole thing is, to me, your foundation is scouts, and credit those guys that don't get a lot of publicity.
Braves and Major League Baseball legend Dale Murphy on the next round on the Pepsi hotline. Dale, explain to us that never did it at your level, the difference in postseason at-bats from regular season at-bats, because we're watching on TV, and it seems like every pitch in a postseason game is like the game rides on almost every pitch. Is it that different when you're in the game? Is every pitch, every at-bat more intensified in the postseason?
Absolutely. I only experienced it one time, as Braves fans will remember, in '82. But, yeah, it's really different. You're sitting there and you're out there and you look up on the scoreboard. We were in the playoffs, and it was, us and the Cardinals on the scoreboard, and then, whoever Milwaukee was playing. And I'm like, man, that is crazy. There's only 4 teams left, and now 2 teams left. Yes, everything is magnified. However, that's, you bring up a good point. The beauty of baseball is when you really watch it, every pitch does change the situation. A pitcher throws a ball the first pitch, all of a sudden the odds go, back to the hitter. His odds improve. If he throws a ball another pitch, his odds improve even better. The pitcher, the hitter's hitting 2-0. Pitchers go 0-1. It's huge. And so it's no different during the regular season. It's just that obviously now we're paying more attention. But that is the beauty of the game. And that every pitch really, really does change the situation. It really is true. Watch the games, even during the regular season. You know, Greg Maddux always preached the reason why he was so good is he started 0-1. And so even with the hitter, did he foul it off? Did he miss it? It's a fascinating game when you look at it that way, pitch to pitch, for sure.
Del, a number of our listeners and viewers say they see some Dale Murphy and Freddie Freeman, which is a massive compliment to Freddie Freeman. Do you see some Dale Murphy and Freddie Freeman? Do you see you guys? Are there some complementary traits there?
Well, that's a great compliment to me. I think this guy is a Hall of Famer, and I think I think we have similar personalities. You know, Freddie's not that flashy, which doesn't matter. But you know, you need all personalities. It's just who Freddie is, and I think that's what. If there was one thing that would remind myself of being compared to Freddie, is that we're kind of quiet personalities. It's not. It's just who we are. He's unreal as a first baseman. I tried it there; it didn't work out too well for me. But he's just, he's just such a good professional player. That first 2 games against Dodgers. You're like, dang, Freddie, 7 straight strikeouts and then a fly ball to left. You're 0 for 8. You know, and then he knows his swing. He works on it. He goes out to LA and gets things straightened out. I'll just say this. I know flashbacks. There's not many of us around anymore, but we didn't get good in the early 80s until we got Chris Chambliss. And you need a quality first baseman. Freddie's, great hitter, but what he does at first base is, he picked up a few balls last night, but I remember one in particular from Albies. I mean, he does that every day in and day out. Saves a lot of runs.
Dale, I don't know what the kids do now, but as a kid, I remember sports posters were huge.
Yes.
And there was one of you. It was Power Alley, and we're about to put it up for our viewers right here.
I had it.
Ryan Brown right here across from me had this. What do you remember about Power Alley? Nike, you had the glowing bat in hand. You were standing in an alley. Where did you guys actually do that photo shoot?
Oh, that's a lot of fun. It's fun to talk about, too, because, when Nike asked me, I was like, oh, man, what an honor, because you're right. It was a big deal back then. We all had posters, and then Nike had some really iconic posters, and it was just a privilege to be a part of that. That was in downtown West Palm Beach. I'll tell you, there's a little trivia to it, too. If you look at the jersey, there's something not quite right, and I'll just say it without – it's a baby blue jersey, but my jersey said Atlanta on it. That one says Braves, and that's because when they came over to the clubhouse after a workout in spring training, they said, "Hey, we need your jersey." And I was looking like I don't have a blue jersey. And then John Holland, our clubhouse guy, he goes, "Oh, they're gone. They're in the wash." They ran over to the AAA clubhouse and got a number 3. That's a Richmond Braves jersey I'm wearing. Wow. But it was a little crazy. It was before Photoshop and everything. And they actually had a yellow wiffle ball bat with a fluorescent light bulb in it. You can see if you look at my wrist, you can see the cord coming barely. Well, that cord went up my sleeve, down my pants, out my pants, onto the soaking wet floor, and they said, "We're going to plug this thing in, and then we're going to shoot this." And I'm like, "All right, well, call my wife, if I don't survive this," And it was a lot of fun. But, yeah, it was right. I'd love to go try to find where it was. But that was a lot of fun. People, I'll talk about that a lot. It's fun to be a part of it. It's fun to be a part of another one with Dwight Gooden, stickball. And so it was great memories from the 80s.
Speaking of memories, a lot of great teammates, Braves fans all over the South remember Bob Horner as well. I project Bob Horner as having 3 mirrors in his locker. Did he work on his hair a lot pregame before he put that hat on?
Well, the perms were the deal back then, and so a lot of guys worked on that perm. I don't remember any mirrors in Bob's locker, but a lot of us were wondering about our hair, and I look at my '80s hair, and I just shake my head. It's great.
Hey, one of our listeners wanted us to ask you about it. I remember watching this on the Superstation, WTBS, 1984, the fight between you and the Padres, and I think Bob Horner had a cast on in that fight. Did he not?
Yeah, Bob was out. I only got to the playoffs once, but I did get into one of the top 5 all-time fights of Major League Baseball, so that's an honor. But, Bob was on the DL. He broke his wrist, and he was doing some, color. He's on the radio, and about the third time we fought with the Padres, he decided to put on a uniform top, and he's actually, if you'll remember, he's actually at the top of the steps. He never went out onto the field. You're at the top of the Padres that wanted to come over there, but that thing lasted the whole game, really. If you remember, also in the 8th inning, we all thought it was over, and then Donnie Moore comes up and hits Greg Nettles, and here we go again. So it was not a pretty thing, but I'm in the top 5 of something, so that's good.
All right, he is the great Dale Murphy. I hope you know, and I know you're aware of this, how beloved you are still here in Birmingham and throughout the South, Dale, and it has been a pleasure talking with you. We thank you for the time.
Hey, thank you so much. I'll be there this weekend at my restaurant over at Cobb Galleria across from Truist Park. I'll be over there at Murph's before the game, so see you all there.
All right. Signing some autographs, taking some pictures, I assume, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's great. Thank you, Dale. Take care.
All right, guys. Thanks for having me on.
All right, thank you. That is the Braves legend, Dale Murphy. I do not know anybody that doesn't like Dale Murphy. Even if you're not a Braves fan, you cannot like the Murph. He was with us on the Pepsi hotline.
So get by. I mean, a lot of you will be making your way over, and some of you will be going just to experience the Battery there and not even going into the game. Go by Murph's there and tell him you heard him on the next round. That was an iconic poster. I'd forgotten all about it until you pulled it up. Yeah.
I can't remember why I had it. Somebody gave that to me, though. I
think I had Eric Dickerson had a poster. I forgot which one his was. Bosworth had the Land of the Boz, which was really good.
Yeah.
Listen, I'm going to tell you, and I think this is true with you, but I'm not going to put words in your mouth.
Okay, please.
I mean, we were Southern boys, and when the Braves were
said
good,
that with a Z, by the way.
Yeah, boys. And when the Braves were good for a minute, we all jumped on that bandwagon. I mean, I watched him on the Superstation. I'm not saying you. Okay. He's from over in Anniston, and he had that poster, and they were on the Superstation. I know it's cool now that you're a Nationals fan, but the Nationals didn't exist back then. The Rays didn't exist back then. We were in the South, and sports fans love to jump on bandwagons. I loved those teams. I cheered for those teams.
What years were those?
That would have been 82, 83.
See, I was
those teams are good. 84, 85.
I was 6 and 7. I wasn't even watching baseball then. That's why
you probably were. Your dad had it on the Superstation.
He might have.
Yeah,
I don't
ask
know.
your daddy, Brown.
Ask your daddy.
Go ask your daddy. Go ask your dad.
Yeah. No, I really wasn't. But I mean, I love Dale Murphy. I think every kid growing up in Anniston playing at Saks youth activities, when we had to do the baseball card picture, tried to be Dale Murphy.
I mean, I rode a bandwagon back then. I mean, the Braves were good. Boom. I watched them on TBS, the Superstation, like a lot of people. And then the Cubs were good a few years later with Ryan Sandberg and Mark Grace and Harry Carey doing the games every afternoon on WGN. I jumped on the Cubs.
I am
watch
shocked
them every
that
day.
you actually have allegiance to your teams because you do seem like a big bandwagon guy.
I would jump on anything. Yeah, absolutely back then because I didn't have an allegiance to a team. Now I do, and, I ride the roller coaster with
But I'm
the Tampa
surprised you
teams.
didn't create the allegiance before you did, because your Tampa allegiance just was that like in the 90s.
No. The baseball
was
the Rays.
No,
I grew up. I'm
talking about the Bucks. The Bucks were your first, right?
Yeah, and that was in the 70s. That was the original. Okay. And then the Rays and the Lightning came in the 90s. But they were different. I mean, when I was a little bitty kid, I loved the Reds because the Reds won everything, right? And that's what led me to end up being a Tampa Bay Buccaneer fan. Was everybody was a Cowboys and Steelers fan, and I wanted to be different. But no, it was the Reds in baseball. Then it was those Braves. Then it was those Cubs. And, a lot of fans are that way. A lot of fans love to ride the bandwagon.
I mean, I guarantee you there's somebody watching us that has Alabama gear in one part of their closet and Auburn in the other, and they wore Alabama gear in 2009 and 2010. They were Cam Newton all the way and had Auburn gear out.
I don't know if that exists. Yeah,
somebody's got that. All right,
somebody does.
Somebody,
There's a person alive.
Maybe Dunaway, but he's got that. All right, Dale Murphy, really good. Rockstar's viewing menu when we come back. If you want the gear of your favorite team, or if you're a bandwagon jumper and you need a big wardrobe, our friends at the Pants Store has all your game day gear, all your game day accessories as well, Yeti coolers and cups, the Yeti Huggies. For the women out there, the body suits, all the fashion for the cooler weather that's about to happen, the November games. Plus, you can get those clear purses, a variety of fashions for those clear purses, so you're not all carrying the same bag. Pantsstore.com, pantsstore.com. Crestline, Leeds, Trustful, Tuscaloosa, or Huntsville. Get ready for the big game at Pantsstore, pantsstore.com.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Nothing to do tonight? Wanna bet? It's non-stop gaming action at the Birmingham Racecourse Casino. You'll find the latest and greatest games featuring fun bonuses and big jackpots. Wager and win on horse and greyhound races from all over the world. And try your luck on our popular sports parlay promotion. Don't miss your chance to win at the Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Located off I-459, exit 31. Must be 21 or older.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
This hour of The Next Round is brought to you by Excalibur Services, a name you can trust when it comes to residential heating, AC, and electrical services. Excalibur is growing and looking for exceptional HVAC techs, plumbers, and electricians. 205-718-8688. Alabama license number 15214.
Cowan Equipment has had the honor of providing heavy equipment solutions to Alabama contractors for more than 80 years now. With one of the largest and most diverse heavy equipment rental fleets in the Southeast, stocked by Volvo Construction Equipment, Takuchi Mini Excavators, track loaders and skid steers, Groove and Cabelco cranes, Doosan portable compressors and light towers, Indico breakers, and much more. Cowan is your one-stop shop for all your heavy equipment needs. From short and long-term rental options, flexible rent-to-own, or straight purchase options, parts in stock, and service you can depend on, let Cowan show you what it means to have a trusted partner who will keep you ahead of the game. Call Cowan at 800-239-2694 or visit cowan.com. Again, where you can always expect extra effort when it comes to your heavy equipment needs, call Cowan, the name you have trusted for decades, 800-239-2694, or visit them online at cowan.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Wayne's. Look, fall is here. You want to enjoy that outdoor weather. Imagine sitting out there on the Saturday, manning the grill. You're watching football. You don't want to deal with the mosquitoes. Don't let the mosquitoes ruin your perfect day. The professionals at Wayne's can protect you, your family, and your pets. Call today, 1-866-WAYNES1. You can always go online, callwaynes.com. Fall weather is here. Enjoy it with the family, mosquito-free. You can do it with our friends at Wayne's.
Sometimes it's not just losing the weight, but keeping the weight off. I'm Jim Dunaway, and I told you how Weight to Wellness helped save my life. They helped me lose 45 pounds. They got my blood pressure and cholesterol in check. And now they're helping me keep that weight off throughout the football and holiday season. You can see more online at aplanforme.com, aplanforme.com. Every plan is individually designed. No contracts, no sign-up fees, and you get a free consultation. See it all on the website, aplanforme.com. Weight to Wellness, your journey to healthy living.
Want more of The Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Rockstar's viewing menu every day. We'll do our upset alert at the top of the hour. And also... got to talk a little bit about LSU fans, where you guys are. Another embarrassing moment in LSU football yesterday. But first, Rockstar's viewing menu brought to you by our friends at New Life Art.
And they are bringing you memorable sports moments by Daniel A. Moore for over 40 years. Call today for more information, 1-800-735-2787, or you can go online to check out the incredible work. Go to danielmooreart.com.
7 p.m. on Access TV tonight. Do you guys, any of you guys, seen the Muscle Shoals documentary? I have not.
I have not, no.
It's been out a while, right?
2013 or 14.
Yeah, I
believe.
think I've seen that. It's about the studios up there
Right.
and the music.
But the songs that I had no idea that Kodachrome by Paul Simon was recorded there.
Oh, really?
One of Lance's favorite that he always talks about, Night Moves by Bob Seger, was recorded there.
I think Sitting on the Dock of the Bay was recorded there.
Nope.
Oh, wow. You got shot right down. Wow. Negative, Joe.
Brown Sugar by Rolling Stones and Wild Horses.
The Stones did a lot of stuff there, I think.
I'll Take You There by the Staple Singers.
I don't think the
Stand
Stones
By Me
can play Brown Sugar
No.
anymore, though.
No, the Stones have quit playing Brown Sugar.
Yeah.
Yep.
They have retired that song.
They have.
And also tonight, 7 p.m. on Epix, Love and Monsters is an interesting description. 7 years after the monster apocalypse. Can you imagine that?
It's going to be bad.
Joel Dawson, along with the rest of humanity, has been living underground ever since giant creatures took control of the land.
I'd stay underground.
And then finally, 8:30 on E, you got a new episode of Clash of the Cover Bands. I have been looking at the contestants that they're going to reveal. Like, there's a Poison cover band. There's a Black Sabbath. There's a Carrie Underwood. There's a Dolly Parton.
Well, there's a Carrie Underwood
Carrie
cover?
Underwood, there's a lot of pressure to look good.
Well, I was
isn't
about to say, I bet she's popular, whether she can sing or not.
The Dolly Parton does not. You have to go a lot out, if you know what I mean, to be Dolly Parton.
Yes.
And then there's a Keith Urban. There's a Bon Jovi, their band name, Slippery When Wet.
Oh, that's a good cover band.
Did you ever watch on VH1 Superband?
Yes.
I thought that was really good.
Well, there's used to be called Cover Wars or something like that, where they would have two bands set up. I think Paul Schaefer was a producer, and he'd say, like, all right, you guys do Ice Ice Baby, but you got to do it in a salsa vibe, and they have to immediately
Never
do it.
seen that.
That was a really good show.
But Superband with Sebastian Bach, Ted Nugent, who was the kid from Anthrax? Scott Ian. And there was one other.
It was a bassist. I can't remember.
But they
his name.
could not keep Sebastian was just
they couldn't.
But who had the bigger ego, Sebastian or Ted Nugent?
Well, the best was them trying to come up with the name of the group, and like there was one. I think Sebastian Bach was like Fist, because there's 5 of us. We're going to be Fist.
Did you guys ever see that show?
I've never seen it. No.
It was really entertaining. It's probably been 15 years ago.
I want you to look and find out where Sitting on the Dock of the Bay was recorded.
Are you going to try to get me?
No.
Stake bat. Hey, do you want to stake bat, Rockstar?
No. I mean, I don't know. I just thought it was there, but I'm wrong. A guy named Hugh from Dallas wrote into Stuart Mandel's mailbag and asked this question. Would you take the field of teams who have never been ranked number 1 ever in the AP poll?
I don't know who all is there.
Or Cincinnati to one day be ranked number 1 in the AP poll?
Well, I mean, Cincinnati, if Florida pulled the upset this weekend, Cincinnati's number 1.
Yeah.
So I'd probably go Cincinnati.
I'd probably go to Cincinnati. I'd love to see that pool of teams.
Yeah, I don't even know who's in that.
Well, I know in the SEC, I think Kentucky has never been number 1 in the AP poll. I
know Vanderbilt hasn't.
And I think South Carolina never made it to number 1.
Missouri has, Mississippi State has, Ole Miss has, Tennessee, obviously.
Yeah.
Yeah, you might be right. Has A&M ever been number 1?
Yeah.
I was thinking about them. I don't know.
In the AP poll?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think so.
Memphis, Tennessee there, Dunaway.
Memphis, Tennessee.
Wrapping that one up.
Is that not
it's in the
basically
South.
the Shoals?
That's true.
Basically, yeah.
Yeah. 1957, Texas A&M was number 1 in the AP poll.
Yeah, in fact, they've been there seven years. I'm looking at the list of all-time teams. Like Wisconsin has been ranked number 1 for 1 week all time. Arkansas, actually, 65. They were number 1 for 1 week. So Arkansas has been
just
AP
1
Yep,
week.
1 week all time. BC, North Carolina, Wisconsin, and Arkansas are your 1 week teams.
Is there a list of we'd have to do elimination?
Yeah, you just have to do process of elimination, I think. I don't think I can find the list. I found a list of teams that have been. Like Alabama all time is 135 weeks at number 1 in the AP poll, which is 30 weeks.
Yeah, is
in the lead
Kentucky
over
on there?
Ohio
Am I
State.
right? I can't remember if Bear Bryant got him to number 1 or not because I know they beat Bud Wilkinson and Oklahoma's team in the Sugar Bowl.
See them at first glance here, Jim.
Okay.
So I don't know if they've ever been AP
Can't
number
even
1.
think of a good option. Arizona State ever number 1?
I think they were. They were in Sport Magazine one summer.
I don't see them. I do not see them.
Yeah.
But with some random teams, like Virginia spent 3 weeks in 1990. I do remember that because they played Georgia Tech and lost to Georgia Tech.
Our friend Wes McClooney, New Balance, was on that team.
Yeah.
He was on that team?
Yep.
I never knew he played.
On the Virginia team, yeah. He played with Sean Moore and Herman Moore. The Moores.
The Barber brothers.
The Barbers.
So they had the Moores and the Barbers?
Well, the Barbers were
came
after
a little
that.
bit after.
Yeah.
Okay. I thought
But
it was
he
the
played
same
with
team.
both of them?
I think he might have touched on the front end.
Yeah.
He might not have been there in 90. It was 91, 92 maybe.
By the way,
But he played with the Barbers.
Dale Murphy and his wife, 8 children.
Yep.
That is too short of Greg from Pell City, but 8 children in the Murphy family. How about that?
He's one short of a starting lineup. You'd think a baseball guy would have one more kid.
He could get in there. That's 9.
That's true.
Yeah.
I got Dad.
Yeah.
Yes.
Hey, have you checked on one of our long-running state bets, the Antonio Cromartie?
I haven't yet. I need to. I got one of Cromartie's kids one day not even getting a scholarship, just playing a
Division I sport.
Was it Division I or just a college sport? Division I? Yeah, any sport.
I thought we found out he had a daughter that was being highly recruited in basketball. Or
Yeah,
something
I thought
like that.
so too.
Yeah.
We'll have to chase that down at some point this summer. All right, top of the hour here being brought to you by our friends at Hemp Hill. Man, we had another personal disaster inside the Next Round family. They had to deal with that just this week.
Yeah, look, they get a call from me about every single week, but they're great at what they do. When something's not running right, flowing right, draining right, or flushing right, disaster can strike at any moment. That's when you need to call Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, Andrew, the team at Hemp Hill, the only ones I trust to fix it right the first time, always at a fair price for all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs. Trust the name. Birmingham's trusted since 1954. Hemp Hill Services. Call 205-229-2090.
All right, when we come back, LSU fans on alert and our upset alerts for the week. Stay with us.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
The best food with the best sports is at Walk-On Sports Bistro, and they're now hiring for the Stadium Trace location near the Hoover Met. Walk-Ons has top pay for experienced kitchen staff, servers, bartenders, bussers, hostesses, and to-go cashiers. And yes, health benefits are available. Go by the new Walk-Ons location at Stadium Trace in Hoover and apply today. Hiring is happening on site 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Saturday. This is your chance to join the championship team at Walk-Ons Sports Bistro in Hoover. Iron Mountain Construction is an industrial services company with over 500 people available for your situation and needs. They are committed to safely supporting the operations of your facility through their execution of quality-driven maintenance services and on-time, on-budget small capital construction work. And they offer support with plumbers, pipe fitters, millwrights, iron workers, laborers, operators, and more. Call the office of Iron Mountain Construction, 205-781-1170 for Jeremy Purvis and Iron Mountain Construction.
Some things just stand the test of time. Your old truck, an aged bourbon, the memory of your first girlfriend, and a classic pair of Red Wing boots. Fall is upon us, and Red Wing boots are the ones every guy must have. Whether you're on the job site, working in the yard, exploring the trail, or heading out for the evening, Red Wing shoes will have you covered. Certified fit specialists will make sure you get the most comfortable boots with convenient locations in Pelham next to Publix and the new Trussville location between Metro Diner and Taco Mama. Red Wing boots, a classic you can enjoy every day.
If you need to move, you only need 2 men and a truck. Local or long distance, they can pack it, load it, move it, unload it, and arrange it when you get there. See more details at 2menandatruck.com or call the Tuscaloosa Northport location, 205-614-8522, 205-614-8522. And guess what? You can get a free quote on your moving cost up front, to or from campus, from your apartment to your next home, or from Tuscaloosa to L.A. Your next move starts and ends with 2menandatruck.com.
Greystone Chiropractic and their brand new facility in Tattersall Park is the premier family wellness office in Birmingham. Dr. Lee Goldenberg is committed to helping families unleash their unlimited healing potential naturally in a beautiful and stress-free environment. Voted best in Birmingham 3 years in a row, nominated for Shelby County Healthcare Provider of the Year. What sets Dr. Goldenberg and Greystone Chiropractic apart? Their attention to detail, their thorough approach with patients, and their excellent customer service. I trust my family with Dr. Goldenberg. You can too. Visit GreystoneChiropractor.com or call 981-8090.
Take a second to listen to me. Do you have problems sleeping? Is your energy down? Your workouts not the same? Is your libido down? Your problem could be as simple as low testosterone. Whatever the challenge, the Alabama Men's Clinic has a solution. You can come in, get a medical consultation and blood work. If medically advised and you start your low T treatments that day in the office, your visit is free. Set up that appointment by calling 205-598-7000 or go to the website alabamamensclinic.com. Another side effect could be depression, and most men wait a year or longer before ever getting tested. The goal line to better sleep, more energy, a rekindled love life, and more may be as simple as getting your low T checkup at Alabama Men's Clinic. Located in Birmingham to serve you. The number again, 205-598-7000 or one click at alabamamensclinic.com. That's alabamamensclinic.com. Taco Mama was once a startup, and now 10 years later, Taco Mama has teamed up with us here at the Next Round to help other startups in Alabama take those first steps to success. That includes a free month of advertising donated by Taco Mama. The first startup we're excited to tell you about is Southern Bee Fine Leisure Attire. Fun clothing for golfers and other outdoor events. Find out more at southernbeeclothing.com. Here's a snippet of their entry video.
Our love of looking great while playing mediocre golf led to the creation of Southern Bee.
You'll hear more about Southern Bee Fine Leisure Attire all through November on the Next Round. And if you're a startup business and would like to apply for the Taco Mama Startup Gift, send a short video to this email address, staff@nextroundlive.com. That's STAFF, staff@nextroundlive.com. The Next Round joins Taco Mama in reminding you to shop local and support local startups.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
All right, another hour of the show here. This hour is being brought to you always by our friends at Champy's World Famous Fried Chicken. More on them in a second. Rockstar, can you get cut number one, Brian Snitker, ready to go when we go through the headlines that are brought to you by Champy's World Famous Fried Chicken, champyschicken.com, Highway 119 in Alabaster. What is the one thing, the menu item you've got to get when you go there?
Tamales.
The tamales. Mississippi Delta recipe. If you're hungry today for lunch and you're listening to us on the app or you're watching us on YouTube or Twitch at the office right now and you're going down towards Alabaster Highway 119, Champy's Chicken. It's great for tailgates too, chicken on a stick, and a whole lot more. Love that place. Sterling and the folks there do a great job. champyschicken.com, proud sponsor of the Next Round from day number one, and we appreciate them so much. The Braves in game one, they get a win 6-2 over Houston. They do that when their starting pitcher gets knocked out with a broken fibula off a line drive. They rally in the bullpen, keep the bats hot. They get the win in game one, 3 wins away from a world championship. Here's the manager, Brian Snitker.
You know, it's just like the other day when Solera came in and was scratched from the lineup, 2 hours before the game. And I just told Alex, it's like, don't worry, these guys are going to keep going. They're going to keep fighting. They're going to keep battling. We've been through this many times this year, losing key components to our club. I mean, really key components. And we're going to continue to, it's not going to be an excuse or anything else. We're going to go out and continue to try and win games.
You know, what's pretty amazing is that he is a lifelong skipper, and he talked about on Monday, or was it Sunday? I forget which day it was. He said he was walking around the house, and he was numb, like no feeling at all. And finally he told his wife, I'm starting to get the feeling back that we're actually in the World Series, that he couldn't even, he'd been doing it so long, and talked about the travels he and his wife had been on through all the minor league stops that he had been to. And I'm not sure if Dusty Baker on the other side has won a world championship either as a skipper.
Lost one with the Giants to the Angels.
Never went to one with Washington.
Yeah, I don't think he has.
Yeah, so one of these guys is going to finally, they're lifelong baseball people, they're finally going to be a world championship manager, and that'll happen for one of these. And Snitker's beloved, and a lot of people never thought he would get this chance. He may have never thought he would get this chance, and many times Braves fans have wanted to send him out to pasture. And here he is, 3 wins away from a championship. Game 2 tonight, Max Fried on the hill at 7 o'clock. New contract for Georgia and Florida and Jacksonville. They'll play that game at least through 2023, most likely through 2025 down in Jacksonville there. And Southern Miss and now Old Dominion officially part of the Sun Belt Conference as we continue on with the expansion. SEC coaches, all SEC team, Jaden Shackelford and
it's Rockstar
Shackelford has a lot of saliva when I say Shackelford.
Rockstar loved the fact that Shackelford came back.
I think it's Chris Stewart on a big play-by-play call when he drives and gets a big bucket. I think he goes Shackelford.
Oh mercy! Is that what Chris does?
Shackelford. Oh, mercy. Shackelford. Javon Quinterly, also on the first team, all coaches SEC team, and Alan Flanagan of Auburn. Jabari Smith's on the second team from Auburn, and those are your headlines brought to you by our friends at Champy's Chicken. All right, I want to get to this. It's not a hot take. It's just another embarrassing moment for LSU. This happened with Tennessee a few weeks ago, and we killed them for it. But it's even worse in this situation. Did you see what happened yesterday?
I did not.
LSU sent back tickets.
Oh, I did see this. Yeah, sent back tickets to the Bama game. Yeah.
Alabama, some tickets available for the weekend because they've been returned by LSU. I mean, these LSU fans, they love to party, and the ones that travel on the road are the biggest partiers of them all. And, I can't remember, and it's been a long time since they've been consistently bad, but I always remember them coming to the games at least and raising a glass and having a good time. They just returned a bunch of tickets.
I cannot believe this game rivalry. I mean, it is a rivalry. This has been the biggest rivalry in the SEC for the better part of a decade, if not longer. I mean, going back to really 2008, this game had a ton of meaning. I just can't believe it's fallen to this. I can't believe it's fallen to the point that the LSU fans would return tickets.
The excitement 2 years ago, up until I went to the Ole Miss Alabama game, a month ago.
Yeah.
That was the last game I had been to on campus.
Until we did our show from Tuscaloosa, I had not been to Tuscaloosa since the 2019 LSU game.
And that atmosphere was incredible. And LSU fans were all over the place. It reminded me of what you saw with 2011, the game of the century.
Yeah.
And it is hard to believe that LSU program with all of that talent has fallen that far in 19 months.
Now, I'm not talking about LSU fans, and there's the Alabama Athletics tweet yesterday, ticket update, due to returns by the visiting team, tickets are now available for Alabama football's game with LSU on November 6th.
I like how they make it abundantly clear.
Yeah.
We sold all ours. This is why we're selling more.
So, and I've talked for years, I think it's a growing problem in the SEC and everywhere of getting the visiting fans to travel. But this is because of where LSU is right now. And Brown, I know you don't have it loaded up. 99% sure you don't have your video loaded up that everybody in America is playing this week yet. But you were on the field the last time LSU was here, and what did Ed Orgeron say?
It's going to kill me. Do you want me to do the voice?
Yeah, I mean, it is better than the video. Is you actually trying to recreate
send Scott the video or Rockstar the video.
Well, it's Wednesday now. I mean, if you didn't do that on Sunday.
The game's not until week. The game's not until next week. They're not playing Saturday.
Yeah, okay, you're right.
We got a whole nother week.
Okay.
From now on, this is our house.
Yeah.
But he had already lost his voice because I remember we played it the next Monday and Rockstar goes, "Get that man a lozenge."
Yeah. Get a bag of them.
Yes.
So how many snaps since he said that have they owned that house? They haven't snapped the ball one time in Bryant.
To be fair, they've never played there again. But based on what Alabama did to them last year and based on what Lance thinks the point spread is going to be this year, I'm saying that they've been evicted. So it is no longer their house.
So I mean that game could be. I think it'll either be 2:30 or 6 o'clock, but it could be an 11 a.m. kick.
Ooh, I don't think so.
It could. I ran through the possibilities.
Yeah. Give me the possibilities again. But that number, I think, will be 27.5. We'll get a better feel for that from Todd Fuhrman when he joins us. But I hate the fact that, and I think we all agreed that LSU was going to be much better than the 5-5 LSU from 2020.
Yep. Here.
And I just hate that this game has got no buzz, and that would be such a major storyline. I mean, everyone would be talking about that, but now it looks like LSU's got no path to victory.
You need to do one right there before I run through the possibilities?
Yeah, absolutely. Possibilities of the kick time for LSU that we gave you earlier, but we're going to redo it here. And it's brought to you by our friends at Michelson.
Why did you have to point that out?
Well, I mean, I don't want people to think we're just now getting to this. It happened 2 days ago when we did it. I didn't want our viewers and listeners to say, you dumb, you know what?
Well, they say that anyway.
Yeah.
Hey, 969-8100, you need to write that number down. If you wear the contacts, you wear the eyeglasses, you've done it for years, you got to be sick of that headache. Don't deal with it anymore. Make the call that I made to Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision, UAB Highlands. Look, you don't want to waste that money every single year. Stop procrastinating. At least go in. It's a free consultation. Call Amy, 969-8100, or go online, michelsonlaservision.com. Again, I got the procedure done almost 2 decades ago. I've still got 2015 vision, better than 2020. Call today, 205-969-8100.
Why are you looking at me like that?
Did you just realize that is my resting face?
Yeah, Dunaway was looking at me with his resting bitchy face, and I looked back at him with it.
When I'm not intentionally smiling,
right,
or trying to look all TV-ish, my resting face when I'm thinking or reading something, I'm queuing up another commercial for later on. I'm sitting here, and it looks like,
and
I can't do it now because I've got happy muscles.
No, don't think about it. All right, so happy muscles. Those will get you in trouble. Hey, so CBS Lance put the 6-day hold, put the hold on, 6-day window, on Alabama, LSU, Georgia, Missouri, and Auburn, Texas A&M. So here's the way I project this, because we were being asked in the chat room.
Georgia, Missouri is 11 o'clock.
No, I don't think so, because I don't think CBS would put a hold on it if they didn't think that there's a reason they might carry it. Why else would they put a hold on it? And Dunaway has always pointed this out to me. As crappy as the game seems, as crappy as it seems.
Disagree here.
Okay, let me finish the
sentence. I know what you're going to say.
What? As crappy as it seems, they put a great value on having the number one team on TV. Dunaway worked at TV.
I get that.
He's worked at TV since it was black and white.
I understand that, but Missouri, we've watched them play. They play Vanderbilt this week.
They're awful.
So they will get their first SEC win. But Vanderbilt and Missouri are the only teams that haven't won in the SEC.
My point is, they know what LSU and Alabama are. They would not have held the Georgia game if they didn't think there's a reason they're going to carry it. So here's my projection. I think if Auburn beats Ole Miss, which you think is going to happen.
I think that will happen.
I think Auburn, Texas A&M will be your 2:30 kick. I mean, that's a really, really good, important West game.
It's a top 15 matchup. I think Auburn goes into the top 15 with a win this week.
And in that case, my guess is Missouri, Georgia straight out of game day, then Bama, LSU at 6 o'clock.
Yeah, that's the tricky part, because they have now realized what they have in that 11 o'clock game with an SEC power.
Right
there, it kills in the ratings every time they put a really good SEC game there now.
Right, but they also have a chance to put the number one team coming right out of game day, which
or
you don't
Alabama,
get a lot.
LSU would be monumental as well.
Georgia win, Auburn loss. If Georgia wins the cocktail party and Auburn loses to Ole Miss, I think you got Auburn A&M straight out of game day. Missouri, Georgia 2:30, which I know you don't believe, and Bama, LSU at 6. If both of them lose, if Georgia loses the cocktail party and Auburn loses to Ole Miss, I think Missouri, Georgia is at 11, Bama, LSU is 2:30, and Auburn, Texas A&M is 6 o'clock. That's my best guess.
Where is Auburn, Texas A&M? College Station or Jordan-Hare?
College Station.
100%?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, I'm just asking. You know what we've got is like 1,000 schedules sprayed all over town, and I can't remember the schedule week to week.
Yeah, I know. It's tough sometimes.
They've already been to College Station, right, for game day?
For game day?
Yeah.
No. They didn't go for Bama, Texas A&M.
Yeah.
And then I go for that.
You don't think they'd go for Auburn, Texas A&M? I don't know what's next week.
If they're at 11 o'clock, they love now having that game day on site of the game that kicks at 11 because it guarantees a crowd.
Well, yeah, but that game's not at 11 o'clock. If Auburn loses to make that an 11 o'clock game, so that would lose some luster in that game.
I can tell you right now some other games that are... it's
a light slate every week.
It really is, isn't it?
Well, I mean, when everybody's got 2 losses, it doesn't look as great as it usually does. But it is time to pick some more losses. It is time for our upset alert. It is brought to you by our friends at Am First Rockstar. Are you ready to hit the button?
The America's First Federal Credit Union Spotlight.
Sound the alarm. Woo, woo, woo. college football's upset alert.
Hey, banking isn't just about your money. It is about you getting hit with what you need when you need it. AM First was founded for you, and AM First has been putting you first ever since.
I am blown away. That's going to be where game day is. I just looked at it.
A&M Auburn?
It will be. If they both win, it will be in College Station. If they don't, it's going to be in studio. Yeah, it really will be. I'm telling you, they will not be able to.
Keep in mind, they do the 1AA game, and I think, there's a push, not the 1AA game. Sometimes they do that. There's a push by UTSA and UTEP to get them there because they play that day.
Possibly. Or it could be LSU, Alabama. If it's the 11 o'clock game, they're guaranteed the crowd at that point.
Man, it's a hard sell.
Anyway, it's Upset Alert time. It's brought to you by our friends at AM First. That's what we're doing right now. AM First, you've already hit that.
Just did it.
All right, so LT, start us off.
I am going to the ACC. Jeff Hafley, big fan. He loses his starting quarterback. They haven't been as good. They started 4-0. But I've got BC +6. Hafley better than Babers, greater than.
We solved Lance's penmanship by buying these stupid dry erase boards. You've done your best work.
I mean, if you just take
my
time.
Eagle?
The Eagle's unbelievable.
Fantastic. That's what I'm talking about.
You know what I'm telling you? Leave it still. It looks better on television than it actually does in person. I mean, look how good it looks on TV.
It's a backhand compliment.
No, it looks good.
No, it is good.
It looks really good in person. It looks spectacular on television. Wow, BC +6.
I like BC +6. That number, it's jumped, though. The only thing that scares me, Grossel's got to play better at quarterback, but BC, I've got confidence in Hafley. It seems like Syracuse, all of their games go to the wire, and I'm catching 6 here, so I think BC can win this game outright.
Hold that back up because Smuff23 says, I'm pretty sure that's actually the Boston College Fighting Seagull.
It is a little bit of a seagull, but on the fly, that's a really good eagle.
Yeah, I think it's a good eagle.
Yeah.
All right. Okay, where are you going?
I'm going to go to the Big 12. Big win for Iowa State this past weekend.
Yes.
Big win for the Cyclones. And I love Matt Campbell, and Matt Campbell's a good football coach.
Everybody's got a hand gesture in the Big 12. You used to have the Gig'ems. You got the Hook 'em horns.
Hook 'em.
What is it?
Oklahoma's is Hook 'em down.
Yeah. I mean, the Cyclones, they do this.
I don't know what they do. I don't know what the Cyclones do, but they're doing a heck of a lot of it Saturday in that big win. But they're going up against the best quarterback in the Big 12 to date when they go on the road to West Virginia, who, by the way, at home is catching a touchdown.
You don't need those points.
Do you think I need them, Rockstar?
Hell no, you don't need those points.
You don't think I need those points?
No.
Should I give them all away?
You give them all away. Add 5 for you.
Give me West Virginia, Mountain Mama.
Let's not forget, this is and I like Neil Brown, but he lost to Mike Locksley
Yes, he
and he
did.
lost to Matt Wells this year.
That's right, but you know who he's going to beat? Matt Campbell in that stinky hat. Give me West Virginia +7.
Sing some more for me.
Blue Ridge Mountains,
I would
Shenandoah River.
I will be borderline shocked if West Virginia pulls off that.
Oh, it's right here on the whiteboard.
Remember when he used to like Neil Brown?
I do. Neil Brown's a good coach, I think. They've
I remember
struggled this year.
shaking hands. Y'all
No,
took a
I
picture
like
with
Neil.
him.
I don't know if it's going to work out.
He's about to get a
now.
big win this
I
week.
thought it was going to, after last year, I thought they were going to be much better this year, and they've been bad.
You don't have to like somebody to pick them in the upset alert. I'm about to prove that
That's
true.
true. It shouldn't factor in.
I didn't like this guy at the job he was at before this.
Oh, I know who this is.
The only time I like
He's always got his
You're a
figured
damn
out.
fortune
I
teller.
really am today.
Yeah, always.
Damn Zoltar over here.
I think Bruce Willis is dead.
That's a deep cut, Dudley. That's a really good one. He was in Birmingham, by the way, recently. Did y'all see him? He was out playing golf at Ross Bridge.
He had a Bammer hat on,
He
too.
did. He was in
did.
Bama gear. He's all geared up. Rolling Tide.
The only time I liked this guy, to be honest with you, we were at Shoal Creek doing a show, and he sat down and was fantastic with us.
Dan Mullen?
Yeah, and it was hard for me to not like him.
Is that who you thought?
That's what I thought.
Yeah.
I'm going to take Florida plus the 14.
But your Florida is excited about this
Oh
game.
my God, that is like a gun they found in the sea from 60 years.
My panhandle is excited for this game.
We need a black dot over that one. Your Florida's a little too excited about
That's a challenged aborigine who made a boomerang.
Hey,
Wait, show me your boomerang.
Hey, real quick. This pick brought to you by our friends at the Alabama Men's Clinic.
Oh, my.
Oh, wait.
Oh, my.
My gosh. Give me my board back. Give me my board back, Dunaway.
It was backwards.
Well, I'm aware.
Anyway, I like Florida with the cocktail.
Yep, I see where the
I
cocktail
could
party is.
have never been a weather person.
You really could not. You can't work
we got
backwards.
a storm moving in over here.
I like Florida plus the 14.
In Dunaway's mind, hold it back up. In Dunaway's mind, he loves 38 so much, Lance, that's what the Florida Panhandle looks like in Dunaway's mind.
38 is I-10 for me.
I mean, it is massive. All the way to Texas.
Right here's Biloxi. Here's New Orleans. This is Houston. All in the Florida Panhandle if I was doing this. Florida. I like Florida not to win, to cover against Georgia. All I'm looking for is just, give me 2.
Of course, your Florida is violating Louisiana right now.
Yep, and hurting Texas.
Yep.
All right, so that's our upset alert brought to you by our friends at Am First.
Hey, I'm sure they're very proud of that segment. Am First reminds you banking isn't just about your money, it is about you. Getting help with what you need when you need it. Am First was founded for you, and Am First has been putting you first ever since. That's a little better.
Is that more
that's a little
anatomically correct?
Yes.
It's closer. You do have Jacksonville about right.
Yep.
Close. Yeah. I graduated 5th grade. All right. Part of our show brought to you by the great folks at the University of Montevallo. They did not teach me map drawing when I graduated. Named a 2021 top 20 best value school, Montevallo is a place that your son or daughter should consider for their higher learning. When they're starting to think about a college to pursue their dreams, Montevallo can make them happen. 75 majors. They're adding new majors and minors all the time for the most in-demand careers in this changing job market out there. And if you got a son or daughter that's playing high school sports right now and you think, man, I'd like to see them get a great education, maybe get school paid for with a great scholarship program, and keep playing sports, 21 Division II scholarship sports, fully funded with great facilities right there, and new multi-million-dollar buildings like the Center for Fine Arts that keep going up on campus. Schedule an in-person tour right now at the University of Montevallo online, montevallo.edu, montevallo.edu. Forrester, everyone's saying you need a blur effect over my drawings from now on to put the blur up like the instant sensor.
Really excited, Florida.
Yeah. That Florida, yes. I see what you said there, Jay. I almost read it on the air. We're back in a moment on the next round. When we come back.
That's a good one.
When we come back, LT's got trash for us today, and we'll bounce around to more college football. Todd Fuhrman at 12. This is the one and only next round.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
Banking isn't just about your money, it's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. Am First was founded for members just like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means services that grow and change with the times to serve you better. Now, every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The Am First app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. You can even customize the app, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the #1 priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from Am First. Visit any Am First location or amfirst.org today. That's amfirst.org. America's first federal credit union, federally insured by the NCUA.
One Man in the Toolbox has provided professional handyman services since 1997. Honesty and reliability are qualities that embody every one of their employees. From residential to commercial, One Man in the Toolbox has the background to help you with almost any project. 823-2111.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, brombergs.com. Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Farm Folio. If you're concerned about market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio can help you diversify your portfolio into cash-flowing farmland property. We all know about rental real estate. Cash flow and appreciation are the name of the game. With Farmfolio's productive farmland lots, your trees act as the tenants, and they pay you in fruit, which is sold by Farmfolio's international sales team to the likes of Walmart and Costco, ultimately generating cash flow for you. As your cash flow increases, your property value also increases. Just like tenant-occupied real estate, the best part is you don't have to be a farmer. You own, they farm, and you earn. This is the way it works at Farmfolio. For more information, you can go online, check everything out today. Go to farmfolio.net. That's farmfolio.net. Check it out today. If you're concerned about that market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio is your best friend. Go online today, farmfolio.net.
Drunk driving prevention is a priority at Anheuser-Busch. You can't drive drunk if you don't drive there. Encourage friends to join in the pledge to Decide to Ride on DecideToRide.com. Brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and The Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri. The Double Down Media podcast family is live, including the Mystery Fifth Hour, a chance for the Next Round host to talk everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, the weekly college football conversation, while sipping some of the most interesting pours of bourbon in the world. And the Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. Lance Taylor takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Red Mott Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com. Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and The Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
Back with you on The Next Round. Rockstar, you want to help with the show today?
What are you doing? Tell me about Backyard Adventures. Kill some time.
LT will have trash in just a second.
In that pesky desk of his.
Yeah.
Got something else.
Hey, but everything I have that's something else, I talk to somebody.
Well,
I don't just do it by
talk
myself.
to the listener and viewer. There.
Part of our show being brought to you by Rockstar's guy. Rockstar, why don't you tell us about your guy here while we settle in and get ready for trash?
This curveball real quick. Hey, guys, you know who Adam Mestre is? He's a third-generation realtor, born and raised in Birmingham, so he knows the area. You want a guy like Adam to find a house for you. Why rent when you can buy? Buying a home is the largest financial decision you will make, so make sure you are using an agent that you can trust to help you walk through the process. Call Adam Mestre for a free home evaluation at 205-422-0589 at MD Realty. We make house calls.
Hey, let me ask you, do you guys think we need to put an asterisk on some of these records and stat? There's
NFL?
No, in college football because of these extra years. Thomas Hennigan is an App State receiver. He just set the record for the FBS record for most starts in a career. And he's getting it because of his sixth year. And I'm wondering, do we need to put some asterisks on some of these? I'm not an asterisk guy.
I'm not either, and I would make the point that we didn't put asterisks on records that were achieved in 4 years because players used to not be eligible as freshmen, could only play 3.
It's a great point. That's what I was going to counter whatever you said with. Yes.
Well, and we didn't put asterisks in Major League Baseball. We went from 156 games to 162, and now the NFL from 16 to 17. Yeah.
Like, whose record is he even breaking? Do you have that?
I really would like to not get into that because everybody's going to be like, oh, Jimmy Alabama's worried about.
Oh, who did he break? Who made the most starts?
Ross Pierschbacher.
Really? He holds the record for most consecutive starts.
He shared it with 57 FBS starts.
Did you know that before you read this article?
And Thomas Hennigan, 58th. It wasn't an article. It was a stat from The Athletic.
Did you know it before you read the stat from The Athletic?
That Ross was? No.
I didn't either.
No clue.
So I think there's your answer.
Yeah. But, Hennigan's got 58 starts, and we just watched him pull the upset over Coastal Carolina. And he's a factor, He's a factor for his team and got that 6th year. Nobody's benefiting from a 6th year more than Kenny Pickett, though. Did you see Mel Kiper's list of
I did.
the top-rated quarterback he's got?
I'll just say with Kenny Pickett being there, they're trying to make the example or the comparison of Joe Burrow from 18 to 19, Kenny Pickett 20 to 21. I think Kenny Pickett's really good. I mean, look, the fourth down play before the half, that was kind of busted coverage by Clemson. That padded the stats a little bit. He still was good against a really, really good Clemson defense. Do I believe he's going to be an elite quarterback in the NFL? I can't figure this stuff out anymore. I didn't think Josh Allen was going to be an elite quarterback.
But that's my point to both of you, is that last year, if he had not had the 6-year possibility because of the pandemic, last year he was projected as a late round draft pick or a free agent quarterback.
Well, that's the way Burrow was going into 19.
And now he's projected as a first-round pick. If you wonder why the NFL quarterback bust rates are high in the first round, that's why right there. 1 year makes that big of a difference.
Well, I'll tell you what people are going to love, though, is that I think it's now 23-1 touchdown interception for Pickett.
That's exactly what it is.
That's what they're going to love. I mean, it shows he either one of two things. He plays in such an easy system, or he makes really good decisions. I mean, those are about the only two things that can be true.
But you guys will give me, if Burrow doesn't come back for 19,
no, there's no doubt.
He's an undrafted or late-round guy.
I mean, if Burrow doesn't transfer from Ohio State, he's selling insurance right now.
Yeah, look, and I don't want to make the comparison of the two because I don't even think it's close. I think Burrow, you could tell, was elite. Now, he had elite wide receivers, too. Addison's good.
Yeah.
They've got a couple of playmakers for Pitt. I don't know who the first quarterback is going to be. Some said it was going to be – early on it was going to be Sam Howell or Spencer Rattler. Both of those guys have fallen off.
Now it's going to be Malik Willis might be the first one off, and I don't know that he's had the kind of year.
No, they keep
he's
losing
been good.
games.
Yeah, he's been good. But.
Just amazing to me. Would any of you feel good if your franchise needed a quarterback and they drafted Kenny Pickett?
No.
I don't think so.
No.
I wouldn't either. Let's do trash. It's brought to you by our friends at Mortgage Right, Rockstar.
Reporters have been saying some pretty nasty things about Western Pennsylvania lately. And I couldn't agree with them more. I couldn't disagree with you. I couldn't agree with you more than the fact that
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the right way.
That one is number 2 on my list all time.
Of most uncomfortable or favorite trash open?
My favorite trash open is the one I'm always.
There's a new one every day with him, though. I saw one yesterday.
No, that's not John McCain. That's John McCain.
Okay. Yeah.
What was your other one, Dunaway?
My favorite one is the guy who would kung fu kick him in the carotid artery guy.
The carotid artery?
That's
Kenny. Not Kenny Powers. What's his name?
Donnie Baker.
Donnie Baker.
I love all Donnie Baker opens.
Well, I think mine is, I want everybody to have 4th of July. Can't get drunk.
I can't find that clip anymore. It's
Yeah,
an old
I
man
heard
sitting
that
on the
one
deck
a while.
with a Batman shirt on.
Get drunk.
Hey, there is no place like home. Nobody knows that better than Mortgage Right with locations nationwide. They are the perfect matchmaker to connect you with the home of your dreams. Mortgage Right's team of skilled professionals. They've got the skills and knowledge to move you in with confidence. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR. Start that home buying journey today. NMLS 2239, equal housing lender. We could have James Franklin.
The trash open,
yeah.
Illinois. Hey, just for me, could you bring back the Cure going into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame?
Sure, I couldn't use a Cure song, but I'll do that. Yeah. Put it there.
That is my favorite. That's my favorite one of all time.
Especially when Bill Clark clapped back at me the same way.
By the sound of it, no.
Eerie photos have revealed the insides of an abandoned zoo, which once the home to the remains of a great white shark that is floating lifelessly in a tank.
Whoa. There's a shark floating in the tank?
Yeah, I'll get to the details. Spooky footage shows pictures of a huge 4-meter predator nestled in the once bustling grounds of the Wildlife Wonderland Park in Victoria, Australia. Now, the park has been closed since 2012. The taxidermy shark was suspended in a green tank of formaldehyde and incredibly has all of its teeth intact still.
Rockstar's showing us photos.
Let me see that photo.
It's a creepy photo. It kind of gives me the...
Wow.
Makes me jump.
I wouldn't think that's real.
He's laying down. He's tired.
Yeah, I get that. Now, urban explorer Luke McPherson captured the find in 2018, uploaded it to social media. He wanted to say, quote, "The fumes were so bad you could not last longer than a minute in that room. Formaldehyde must have been evaporating. The tank was huge and in bad condition with a rusting metal frame, smashed panels of glass, and trash thrown inside. Now, shark reportedly died all the way back in 1998 in a fishing net. It was displayed in the park until its closure in 2012. Later named Rosie, the shark remained an unknown quantity until the explorer's post went viral. How much to take a bite of that shark?
That's a big negative for me.
You think it'd kill you on spot?
I'm trying to remember if I've ever had shark. I think I have. You can eat shark.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of times.
I think I've had shark.
I don't know if anymore, but at one point, a lot of things that were used to, like fish sandwiches, were actually shark meat, I think.
Really?
Yeah. Maybe that was urban legend.
I think that's urban legend because I think shark meat is probably pretty hard to come by. I wouldn't think they would use it in just a fish sandwich. I think most of your fish sandwiches whiting is the fish they use.
Oh, maybe I was confused.
Yeah. A lot of times in restaurants you'll see tilapia. That's pretty easy to come by.
Don't get this headline a lot.
This restaurant update.
Father allegedly shoots son because he wouldn't stop playing the guitar.
Everybody looks at me.
Why? You play the guitar. You're the only one on the show.
Steve, ever get that upset?
I'm not a loud player. I never had an electric guitar with a big distorted amp. I never did that stuff.
So hit that pedal.
Yeah. Oh, so loud.
Did he shoot the speaker or did he shoot the kid?
I'll get to it. A man in the city of Blue Ash, Ohio, reportedly took drastic measures after becoming frustrated with his son's guitar playing. Now, according to the Cincinnati Enquirer, 79-year-old Fred Hensley Sr. has been charged with felonious assault and domestic violence after allegedly shooting his adult son, 50-year-old Fred Hensley Jr. Now, the former had become angry because his son had been playing guitar for too long, reported Local 12. Now,
Just one more song.
Wait.
Hensley Sr. reportedly told authorities in the alleged shooting that he had been aiming to hit his son's guitar, not the actual body. Nonetheless,
easy miss.
A guitar is a big target, by the way.
Henley Jr. is said to have been shot in the side of his stomach after the alleged shooting. Father reportedly called the authorities. However, while first responders were making their way to the scene, father-son conflict reportedly escalated as they waited. Hensley Jr. allegedly assaulted his father, and the two proceeded to fight. When police found the duo, not only was the younger Hensley wounded, his father had also sustained facial injuries in the reported scuffle. However, police reported that Hensley Jr. said he didn't remember hitting or assaulting his dad. At the scene, officers found the gun and a shell casing as well. They found the guitar, which had apparent bullet holes in it. So he did hit target. He just fired multiple shots.
So we went.
Now, the son was taken to receive medical attention for the gunshot wound. He does not face any criminal charges for his role in the alleged incident. I don't know what happened to the old man.
I like how Dunaway turned his gun sideways.
You got to. He's gangster.
I mean,
Limp gangster because he's doing his wrist like that.
I mean, is it not easier to aim sideways?
No.
A bullet's a bullet.
I think that's the
barrel.
problem.
Barrels.
Can I shoot a curveball sideways if I do
That's
this?
what. Isn't that what they claimed that Lee Harvey Oswald did? He made the bullet curve.
I think it's physically impossible. They didn't really want it with Angelina Jolie.
Every time we say it's physical,
if I spin at the turn as I'm firing.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah, that's gonna do it. The only one way to find out.
If I spin the wrong way, does it come backwards?
Rocky, what is Mel Magazine? MEL?
Oh.
I don't know. I was going to say MALE is something that I accidentally get in my mailbox every month.
Well, Mel Magazine spoke to 33-year-old named Dylan, who works as an electrical engineer in Santa Clara, California.
Well, if it continues and they ask Dylan to take his shirt off, we know what kind of magazine it is.
Now, he spent the last 7 years eating most of his meals at Six Flags. Now, the article explains that Dylan decided upon his course in 2014 when he realized that a $150 unlimited annual pass to Six Flags, a 5-minute drive from his office, not only provided access to rides and free parking, also 2 meals every day.
Every day. Have you ever had the food at Six Flags?
I can't recall because I haven't been in like 20, 25 years.
I have never in my life been to a Six Flags.
You've never been to Six Flags?
No, never been a roller coaster
guy. You're talking about this guy going loophole.
I like the foods at Six Flags.
No, I'm not saying anything bad about it. I'm just asking. I do remember one time going on a church youth trip from Saks in July, and it was hot as the 10th circle of hell all day long, and I got an ice cream, and it was like the best ice cream I've ever had. I can vividly remember the taste of that ice cream.
Good chance Six Flags is with us in 2022.
Okay, good. Yeah. Be happy to have them.
Dylan went on to say, quote, "It was crazy. I was saving money, paying off student loans." He went on to say, explaining that he timed it so he was able to go there during the lunch break, go back to work, then stop back for dinner on the way home.
Wow.
He said, though he says the first year of Six Flags culinary adventure consisted entirely of shitty, unhealthy food, Dylan, a real theme park gourmet at this point, believes they've got, quote, decent options mixed in with the junk. He really enjoyed the limited time Thanksgiving dog. It's basically a Thanksgiving dinner centered around a turkey dog, which he ate up until the idea made him sick. Otherwise, there's stuff like tri-tip sandwiches and vegan options like black bean burgers and meatless meatball subs that, quote, aren't terrible, according to Dylan.
Terrible. It's a meatless meatball.
Maxwell says the Thanksgiving dog did look nasty there. The Six Flags
Did the
diet.
guy did he gain a bunch of weight? Because that doesn't seem like a very healthy diet. I want to see the Thanksgiving dog. Rockstar's pulling it up. I like the Thanksgiving food. I don't know that I want it on a turkey dog.
But imagine if you could eat for $150 the entire year.
An actual dog came out.
I knew pictures of dogs dressed like pilgrims would pop
How much
up.
was it?
It was $150 for the entire year.
I mean, that is a deal. Yeah.
It's a real deal.
2 meals a day, yeah.
Yeah, that is.
When you think about the money you would save if you did that, now it might ultimately kill you.
It could. I mean, I'm saying I think the guy had to gain a lot of weight.
Of course, I don't think I really eat healthy to begin with, so I don't know if it's much different.
Yeah.
That does not look like a good sandwich.
Yeah, the meatless meatball sub. Yeah, how's that not good?
You think that was
There
good?
it is. That's the Thanksgiving
That's
dog.
the Thanksgiving dog.
Yeah.
So it's basically a hot dog bun with turkey dog dressing, cranberry sauce, and what is that on the top?
It's some kind of mayonnaise, I guess.
Ugh.
I've never heard waffle fries with Thanksgiving, but to each their own.
It's your potato.
Ian Cross, 29 years old, said he paid $9,409 for a membership to a matchmaking service. Then, quote, discovered there were only 5 women in the 18 to 35 range active in the database, according to the lawsuit. Now, Cross said he was interested in meeting single women around his age and was told there was a huge number of single women in the 25 to 35 range due to the pandemic-related wave of breakups, according to the lawsuit. Now, he paid for the membership, started using the online platform in February, and found only 5 women in the age range active on the website. Now, Cross's attorney said he reported the problem to the company, requested a refund, but after some discussion, company stopped responding. Now, the Nevada-based company is owned by HMZ Group, and they touted it as an all-inclusive, personalized service that supports its users by screening candidates to make sure they are employed and financially stable.
Was that one of the questions?
Don't pop it back up.
All right, Stan.
The questions on the right, I knew it would get us eventually. Oh, they've changed some questions. This was one of the questions that was on the side.
There was a question on the side of the page, Roxanne, and somebody in the chat room immediately said, wait, what's going on with the questions on the right side?
Wow.
I've been trying to warn you. They would eventually bite us.
Who can answer that question?
That's question number 2. I do not know the answer, Roxanne.
Wow.
3 is worse.
Jesus.
Number 2, man.
Finally, a hiker in Colorado.
If you're listening, go back and watch on the YouTube stream when you get home.
Hiker in Colorado who was lost for 24 hours ignored rescuers' phone calls because, quote, he didn't recognize the number, according to authorities.
I wouldn't answer it.
Now, the hiker was reported overdue at about 8 p.m. on October 18th, according to a statement. Now, the person who called the hiker stated, the person who called said the hiker started at Mount Elbert at 9 a.m. and had not returned, so they sent out multiple search parties for the hiker. That's when they started to call the cell phone number. Multiple attempts to contact the subject via their cell phone were unsuccessful. Hiker saw the incoming call as private and wouldn't answer, although he was lost.
Well, I mean, I think I would answer any call if I'm lost.
Yes.
I do want to extend my car's warranty, and I need you to come pick me up in it. If you
I
don't
am
mind.
interested in health insurance if you can find me.
Yes, I would love that.
And that is trash.
Life comes at you fast. Our friends at Mortgage Right, they're faster. If you're looking to refinance with a multitude of trusted professionals behind them, Mortgage Right has got your back. Whether you need a cash-out refi to pay off debt, make home repairs, or just looking for a lower interest rate, Mortgage Right has got the right option for you. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR today to get started. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Good or not, can we just agree that ghost had nothing on my Florida state map?
Yes.
I'd have to see proof.
The ghost was jealous of your panhandle.
Oh, all right. That is trash. That is
so
trash
good.
today. You guys are on fire in the Farmfolio chat room.
Yeah,
over
Troy
there.
thinks they're targeting Rockstar. It's just past Google searches that.
Well,
bring those
if you
guys
see a
up.
lot of this trash stuff I look at, well, also this is not the computer I search on, so it's somebody else's search.
Oh,
on
Rockstar got awful defensive right there. Did
That's
you notice?
right.
No.
That's right.
But I'm telling you, the stuff I see on trash, the sites I see, that the ads I get, it's very targeted.
I bet.
This hour of the show being brought to you by the great folks at Champy's Chicken. If you want a good laugh and a great meal, go by, talk to Sterling's great dude, great team down there, and then you enjoy the best meal you've ever tasted right there. Champy's world-famous chicken, the tamales, the chicken on a stick, the fried chicken plates, all the great sides. Hang around for a little dessert, too, or enjoy a cold beer and some great music. Blues, Brews, and Bird is champyschicken.com.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Iron Mountain Construction is an industrial services company with over 500 people available for your situation and needs. They are committed to safely supporting the operations of your facility through their execution of quality-driven maintenance services and on-time, on-budget small capital construction work. And they offer support with plumbers, pipe fitters, millwrights, iron workers, laborers, operators, and more. Call the office of Iron Mountain Construction, 205-781-1170 for Jeremy Purvis and Iron Mountain Construction.
No one does happy hour like Twin Peaks. Whatever your preference, we have everything from tequila cocktails and an extensive bourbon category to local craft beers and handcrafted whiskey cocktails. And don't forget about that 29-degree man-sized drafts. It's Twin Peaks at the Patton Creek Shopping Centers.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
All right, guys, I don't know about you, but there is one game I don't ever want to be out of. And that's why I'm glad we have the Alabama Men's Clinic right here in Birmingham. They have treated thousands of Alabama men for ED. There are many different causes like a heart condition, diabetes, a reaction to medication, or simply low testosterone. The Alabama Men's Clinic staff will find the problem, and some of you will be back in the game the day after your first appointment. You can set up that appointment by calling 205-598-7000 or go to the website, alabamamensclinic.com. I know what you're thinking. A lot of guys actually just take a pill, but sometimes that pill doesn't work, or it can give you unwanted side effects. Let the pros come up with your game plan. There's no need to wait. Depression, anxiety, a new connection with that special person in your life. It could be all just one important play away. Call 205-598-7000 or get back in the action at alabamamensclinic.com.
When it came to furnishing the new facilities here at the Next Round, there was only one call we made, and that was to Richie Hamer at Business Interiors right here in Birmingham. Richie and Business Interiors have a true passion for interiors and the talent to bring the client's vision to life. Through their vast selection of great designer furniture, Richie and BI will stop at nothing to make the experience great for the client. Repeat clients trust Richie and Business Interiors because he does what he says, and the guys will deliver on their promises. Leave it to Richie and Business Interiors to incorporate creativity into every space in your corporate setting. To set up an appointment, call Richie today. 205-837-2497. That's 205-837-2497. Or just go visit Richie at the BI showroom today. They're located 2309 5th Avenue South in Birmingham. Again, the entire studios here at the Next Round furnished by our friends at Business Interiors. Go see them today, 5th Avenue South in Birmingham.
Stay up to date with the Next Round on the website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like The Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from our Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy to listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. nextroundlive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage. That's nextroundlive.com.
Hey, if you're looking for a local agent to handle all of your insurance needs, you need to call my good friend James Anthony at the James Anthony Agency, 205-985-7717. Hoover, Birmingham, Northport, and Tuscaloosa has been in business over 20 years. The James Anthony Agency.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
I love when I can give LT a good Dabo Swinney vibe.
BYOG. I'll never forget Lance's reaction to BYOG.
So stupid.
I got a good Dabo.
He's got bigger problems.
Bring your own guts.
I got a good Dabo quote coming up. A little sound bite from Dabo.
The video people watching us, not just listening, will get the visual of this, but it looks like they went to a Baptist church and stole the pulpit for Dabo. I mean, he looks like he is about to tell you you're going straight to hell if you don't fix your life.
Yeah, there it is right there. Good way to go full screen, Rockstar. We don't know what's on the side of those things anymore. Hey, this show's being brought to you in part by our great friends at Bromberg's. You always know what's in the silver box.
Yeah, look, hey, holiday's right around the corner, and you can shop online. So if you're bored right now, you're sitting in your cubicle, you want something to do, go to Brombergs.com and start planning ahead for the holidays. Family owned and operated since 1836, Brombergs has established a solid reputation as a fine purveyor of quality diamonds as well as jewelry, timepieces, and gifts. Brombergs also has that extensive giftware department to service the registry of brides and grooms in Birmingham. Go see our friends at Brombergs today. Two great locations, Mountain Brook and the Summit. You can also go online and shop today. Go to Brombergs.com.
November 20th, not far away, Dabo Swinney will be 52. Of course, Sunday, Nick Saban turns 70 years old. Dabo Swinney, as you said, a lot of problems going on in Clemson right now. Got asked about age at his news conference yesterday.
You said you're planning on coaching. You want to coach 20 more years?
Well, I mean, how old's Nick? He's 70. I got a long way to go to catch him, man. I mean, I got a long way to go. Of course, he might still be coaching at 90. I know I'm not going to 90, but I got a long way to go. I figure, I got at least 20 more. We'll see what happens.
I thought for a minute that was a typer or a writer typing. I thought for a minute he put his hands in his pocket and started rattling his change.
Yeah.
And I'm like, buddy, you're closer to 70 than you think if you're going to start rattling your change.
I just hope, and I do think Dabo is going to coach a lot longer. I hope I am retired way before Dabo.
Hell, me too. Yeah. But he is one of the few guys that is currently coaching that I can't see getting forced out. Like, I think he goes out on his own terms.
Yeah, well, look, we've got an implosion this year by Clemson standards. I don't think we're going to get this in back-to-back years.
No.
I fully expect them to bounce back.
He's too good.
Well, he said that in that news conference. We're built on a foundation.
Yeah, that is right.
What we're going through is not going to be long-term.
No. He'll get it fixed. He'll get it squared away. They may never win another national championship, but Dabo is the best coach they've ever had. I don't think he's ever going to get forced out.
Who is another coach you think said, listen, we're built on a strong foundation. This isn't going to go away, after they had been built on a strong foundation and had great success? Then they had a year like this, and then really they never came back. Can you think of anybody? I mean, to me, I don't think we're at the point where Bobby Bowden at Florida State said, we'll be back. I mean, we've done this for so many years. We'll be back. But it went from being really good to really average quick in Tallahassee.
Yeah, well, the same with Florida. Really all the Florida programs. Miami. Those are programs when they were at their height, the pinnacle of winning championships. We never imagined in a million years some of those programs would be where they are right now.
Yeah. And when Gene Stallings won in 92, I remember it like it was yesterday, Alabama fans saying, this is a year ahead. 93, we're a better team in 93. Jay will be experienced. We got these guys back, blah, 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 blah.
But I never believed that was like staying power.
But I'm with Lance. But
I watched Gene Stallings in the NFL, and I thought he was a very average coach.
But I don't think they lost a game until Jay got hurt that year, if memory serves. I think it was the LSU game was that first game they lost in 93. They tied Tennessee, but I think Jay got hurt, and that was I
thought it was Arkansas.
Maybe. No, that was the 95. Yeah,
okay.
at Bryant-Denny Stadium, yeah. We just, to be fair, we haven't seen many situations like what Dabo has done. It's been overshadowed because of Nick Saban in Alabama.
Toby T85 says in Twitch, Philip Fulmer has now entered the chat.
Yeah, about being built on a foundation. He probably said that. He's probably right. Hey, by the way, great time for an insurance checkup because auto rates have lowered 4 times in the last 12 months. Call the Standard for Insurance Agency. Have your coverages ready and what you pay each month. Let them run the numbers and see if they could save for you and get you great insurance like they did for me. 664-3200 is that number to call. 664-3200 or online, standiferinsuranceGroup.com.
Coming up in after Todd Fuhrman, we're going to pick 3 coaches. We may overlap on who we think is going to get the biggest raise in the offseason, even whether it's staying where they are or going to a new school. We'll talk about that coming up in the final hour of the show after we do Fuhrman. Ohio State, all of you in the chat room have been saying you guys are saying too many good things about Ohio State. They've played nobody since that loss to Oregon. You guys are right. Brown agreed with you yesterday.
I do.
Only Maryland has a winning record, 4-3 of the teams they've beaten.
Mm-hmm.
And they're garbage, says LT. Their opponents are a combined 14-22. But my question to you, if they dominate Penn State this weekend with an injured Sean Clifford on a team that's lost 2 games in a row,
we're not going to think anything.
Are we going to know anything?
No.
Are we going to know anything more about Ohio State this weekend than we did going into the weekend?
No, then they go to Nebraska, and Nebraska could fight them within 14, and people are going to say, look, Ohio State's overrated, and I fully expect Nebraska will at least, give them a full 60 minutes. Then they've got Purdue. It's not till the end of the season, and we're going to find out which one of these teams is legit, which one isn't this weekend in East Lansing. They've got Michigan State, and then they end in Ann Arbor. I think Michigan is going to win this game on Saturday. I think Michigan will be undefeated going into Ohio State. I think we're going to have undefeated Ohio State, Michigan. Ohio State, 1 loss, undefeated Michigan.
So the big game is going to be basically for a berth in the playoffs.
Yeah. Or the Big Ten championship game.
Yeah, I don't know if anybody on the other side beats either one of those teams, though.
Yeah, that's an interesting comparison. Joe Lee Dunn passed away. If I say Joe Lee Dunn, a longtime Southern defensive coordinator, first image that pops to your mind is?
This sounds awful the day after he's passed, but kind of a sloppy big guy standing on the sideline with no socks and no headphones.
No socks and loafers.
And no headphones. He
I
never
always
wore
thought no socks, and I can't even imagine how bad the feet smelled.
I never saw the guy in headphones, though, which is incredible that you would coach without any input from the booth directly to you.
Remember how crazy we used to think Joe Lee Dunn was with his crazy defenses and everything. Turns out his crazy defense back in the day was the 3-3-5 that everyone plays now.
And the man loved the zero blitz.
Yeah. Now, the difference was nobody ran the offenses when Joe Lee Dunn was coaching that they run now.
Yeah, but his crazy 3-3-5 that he's known as the father of is what people use now to defend the run-pass option.
How old was Joe Lee, 79?
I don't have his age in front of me here.
I don't think he was that old.
That was good. He was a Southeastern Conference staple.
Yeah, he was an iconic. He may have been on the all Jefferson Pilot broadcast team.
No doubt. He was always
I would pull back. I would say that Joe Lee was 74.
He was on Joe. He was on JP so much they changed his name to Dave.
Yeah, honest to goodness, those 3 Daves joke there.
Thank you, Jim, for clearing that up. 75 is how old he is.
Joe Lee Dunn may have had more games on Jefferson Pilot than anybody else. The great Joe Lee Dunn, a Southern football SEC icon, passing away. We're back in a moment on the next round.
Follow LT on Twitter @TheLanceTaylor.
There's nothing I like more than a unique, delicious meal, and that's what you get at Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Those great full fried chicken plates, the tenders, the po' boys, but I love the Southern staple chicken on a stick. It's perfect for a tailgate or watching the big game. And then the authentic Mississippi Delta recipe, homemade tamales, the best I've ever tasted. See the whole menu or order online at champyschicken.com. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken, Highway 119, Alabaster.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280. Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round. I'm absolutely loving my Alfa Romeo Stelvio that I've been in for months now, and right now you can get up to $3,500 bonus cash plus 1.9% financing for 72 months on the all-new 2021 Alfa Romeo Giulias and the Stelvios at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com, 1837 Grants Mill Road, exit 27, right off of I-459. Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round. As you guys know, the team at Hempel Services are my go-to guys for all things heating and cooling. Recently, a unit went out in the house. Of course, Hempel were the guys I called. Always professional, always courteous. Hempel Services, they've been serving Birmingham since 1954. They're who Birmingham trusts. They're who I trust to do the job right and at a fair price. Hempel Services, independent train dealer, and they service all makes and models for all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs. Do what I do. Call Hempel Services. It's hard to stop a train. Do it now. 205-229-2090. That's 229-2090.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters. It's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about our friends at HydroLife Therapy. Boost your immune system today with HydroLife Therapy. IV therapy, B12 injections, cryotherapy, and compression therapy all under one roof. Mention next round at checkout. Save 20% off any service at the Birmingham and Tuscaloosa locations. If you're unable to make it to HydroLife, a nurse can actually come to your home or office. You can visit them online today, hydrolifetherapy.com. HydroLife Therapy open 7 days a week. Homewood 9 to 6 and Tuscaloosa 10 to 6.
The seasons have switched to fall, and it's time for you to change your game day wardrobe with our friends at the Pants Store. For the ladies, all the game day fashion, including bodysuits and those booties, plus a wide variety of clear purses that you need for every stadium. For the guys, all the game day accessories, Yeti coolers, Yeti cups, sunglasses, plus your game day wear from Cutter and Buck, Antigua, Taylor and Mick, and the perfect game day hat. It's all at the Pants Store, 5 locations: Crestline, Leeds, Trussville, Tuscaloosa, or Huntsville, and always online at pantsstore.com. It's time to change the game plan on your night's sleep. Have you ever had a custom-made mattress set made right here in America? Now more than ever, American-made, Alabama-made means something, and that's what you get with my friends at Royal Bedding on Highway 31 in Pelham. Tom, Ginger, and TJ Vignale have been providing Alabamians with a great night's sleep for over 30 years now. You can see everything they offer on their website, royalbeddinginc.com. But better yet, stop by the showroom right on Highway 31. It's Royal Bedding and the website, royalbeddinginc.com.
Cool weather is approaching, and now is the time to get your heating system checked out. Excalibur Services excels in all residential heating, cooling, or electrical problems or upgrades you may have in your home. Owned by a Marine veteran, Excalibur uses highly trained HVAC and electrical service experts to ensure the job is done correctly and in a timely manner. If you're looking for a company you can trust to do it right, call Excalibur today at 205-718-8688 or at excaliburservice.com. Excalibur Services, Alabama license number 15214.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
We are back in the next round, final hour. Todd Fuhrman from Vegas in just a second. Royal Payne says the big question for him is not when Nick Saban leaves, but how. Will he do a one-year goodbye tour? Will he just say, I'm kind of tired and leave like lightning? I would almost bet anything that he will leave quickly, and we will not see it coming. There will not be a farewell tour for Nick Saban.
Yeah. He doesn't seem to be that type.
Yeah. I've got a feeling it's after a championship.
The odds are.
I really do. And I don't know if it's this year, next year, 3 years, but I think after he wins one, it's going to be one of those subtle things that he's done.
Couple of Cowan Equipment poll questions out there for you this hour of the show being brought to you by our friends at Odie's.
Yes. Rockstar tonight is?
That would be trivia, Lance.
Odie's Team Trivia every Wednesday night. Make sure you come join us. A lot of fun. Me, Rocky, Will Haver, get there a little early, enjoy some of that great food. Rodney Davis has been cooking up for almost 30 years now, from the award-winning wings, delicious burgers, my personal favorite, the Diablo sandwich. We'll get started right at 8 o'clock. Sit outside. You can watch Game 2 of the NLCS, Braves, Astros. Enjoy ice-cold beer buckets full of the Bud Light. It's all right there. Odie's Tavern, Crestline Village.
All right, Todd Fuhrman is up. What?
World Series.
What did I say?
NLCS, yes. I meant World Series.
That's last week's copy. Todd Fuhrman is up with us now.
We made fun of James Franklin.
He's on the Pepsi hotline.
Astros used to be in the NL, man. It's still confusing to me.
What's up, Todd? How are you?
I'm doing well this morning, gentlemen. How are you boys holding up?
Doing great. At Todd Fuhrman on Twitter. Outkick is where you see him now. And bettheboardpodcast.com. I'll quickly ask a baseball question. I know the Astros started as the series favorite, but after a Braves Game 1 win, where does the series stand now?
Yeah, you've obviously seen a major shift as the Braves kind of seize home field advantage. They've gone from about $1.25 underdog into $1.60 favorite role. Ooh. And when you look at Game 2, Jose Urquidy, about $1.15 favorite right now. That number is up a touch from where it opened. Total also being bet up against Max Fried, 8.5 to 9. But hard to argue with what we've seen from the Braves. I mean, they're getting plenty of offense up and down that lineup. And while you still worry about the 7th, 8th, and 9th inning for them, at least you feel a little bit more confident how the Braves will get the first 18 outs compared to what Houston's dealing with in their starting rotation.
How much is the price, though, affected by Charlie Morton being out? I mean, that's a guy that was the Game 1 starter that was at least going to have one more start in this series.
Yep, if Morton is still able to go for the Braves, you'd probably be looking at them at about $1.75, $1.80 series favorite. But now it becomes anybody's best guess in terms of how Atlanta is going to handle their bullpen game, what they're going to look to do to cobble together outs, whether it's in Game 4 or Game 5. And I think it makes it that much more important with known starters and commodities on the bump each of the next couple of games, that if the Braves can have a commanding lead in this series, it's going to put them in the driver's seat, because starting pitching was where they had the edge coming in, and losing Charlie Morton is a big blow given that veteran leadership.
Hey, I've said this for years. We'll start in the NFL. Just quick point on this, that only the quarterback is going to significantly alter the number. You know, people will say, hey, this receiver's out, this running back's out, this offensive lineman's out. Doesn't really ever move the number unless it's the quarterback. But this week, we had the Cardinals open 3.5 Thursday night against the Packers. Devontae Adams out. That number's gone to 6.5. I don't think I've ever seen one player outside of a quarterback move a number 3 points.
It's pretty wild to see. I mean, I'm of that same mindset as well, that no skill position guy should be worth more than 2 points. 2.5 points, absolute max. Of course, one thing you do have working against Green Bay as well is that Allen Lazard was expected to probably be their most logical fill-in for Devontae Adams being out, and now with Lazard out of the mix, you're going into battle with a receiver core led by Randall Cobb. Robert Tonyan will have to probably take on a little bigger role as well, and you'll see Aaron Jones utilized as a pass catcher. But clearly with the standalone spot, the star power and cachet that Devontae Adams carries, it's going to put the Green Bay Packers in a little bit more of a difficult spot. I can tell you if this number gets to 7, you'll see a little bit of buyback for sure on Green Bay as a value proposition. But I think the real question with Green Bay, has this defense truly been tested? That'll be what's on full display against Arizona. But to your point, LT, when you talk about skill position players, I think any Carolina Panthers fan out there is going, Christian McCaffrey may be worth more to the Panthers point spread than any starting quarterback they have on the roster, given how that offense has really fallen off the table without him.
We can circle back to the NFL if needed, but to college football now with Todd Fuhrman on the Pepsi hotline. I'll ask you, I'm heading down to Jordan-Hare for Ole Miss and Auburn. I think I saw when this opened, it was a pick'em. It's bounced around a couple of times. What do you think of Auburn in this showdown between Matt Corral and Bo Nix?
For me, it's a lay it or don't play it type of game. I think this sets up perfectly for Auburn to get a big win against a 6-1 Ole Miss team who's kind of run the gauntlet in recent weeks, and you do wonder what they have left in the tank given the schedule they've had to go through. The more rested team, of course, playing at night in their own building. Ole Miss still dealing with some injuries that we're trying to figure out exactly what those potential impacts can be. And the one thing for this Ole Miss defense, with their rush 3, drop 8 into coverage, in my opinion, that's not going to work so well if Auburn can get their ground game going. And the offensive line has kind of been the strength of this Tigers offense. You've seen Bo Nix do enough in the passing game to keep opposing defenses honest, and you would hope that the extra week to rest and recover allows Bigsby to be a little bit healthier, show some burst that he's really lacked over the last couple of weeks. Meanwhile, on the other side, I think Ole Miss, this is a team offensively who's been a lot better on the ground than I anticipated coming into the year. I think Auburn's defensive front is poised to at least slow them down a bit. I like the home team here laying the modest number.
Todd Fuhrman is with us, bettheboardpodcast.com. He is on the Pepsi hotline. A reminder, for you camping and outdoor equipment folks, clothing, footwear, all your outdoor activities is at Nichols Outfitters in Pelham. Great prices for the brands you know and trust. Always be prepared with Nichols Outfitters off exit 242 I-65 in Pelham. Visit them in-store or online, nicholsoutfitters.com. bettheboardpodcast.com for Fuhrman is where you find him. bettheboardpodcast.com and see him on Outkick. Biggest game in the nation is a top 10 matchup, Michigan State. I think some would be surprised because these two teams look a lot alike on the surface to see Michigan as a 4.5-point favorite on the road in East Lansing.
You know, pretty wild when you go through the resumes of both these teams and you wonder where their marquee victories are. That probably the best win for both teams came against the same program in the form of Nebraska. And when you dig into those games, Michigan State didn't pick up a single first down in the second half in East Lansing. They needed a punt return to get them over the hump, and Michigan outlasted some Adrian Martinez nonsense late in that game to get the big win. When you look at the history between these two teams, the last time they played when both were undefeated was back in 2010. The last top 10 meeting between these programs back in 1964. So they haven't exactly been great at the same time. Michigan State, I think, has the more dynamic offense. Peyton Thorne has been outstanding under center. You wouldn't know that, though, in his game against Indiana. It's all about getting Kenneth Walker on track. Meanwhile, Michigan, much more methodical, trying to establish two running backs. This game opened 3.5. It's leaked out to 4.5. Don't really have any strong feel on the side. I actually made the game for myself. I can lean under the total, though. I think both of these teams will be relatively conservative early, at least on the Michigan side. And I think Michigan's defense can do enough to take away some of that big play potential for Michigan State. So I lean under in the first half. I think this will take on the real feel of a heavyweight fight and a potential elimination game in that Big Ten East race.
It is hard to believe Baylor's been favored against Texas 7 of the last 11 meetings. They're in that spot again. This number's ticked up to 3.5. Texas has lost back-to-back games, looking to avoid losing 3 straight first time since 2016. Does this feel like a pretty good spot for Texas coming off back-to-back losses, getting more than a field goal?
I honestly wish I had more confidence in Texas defensively. I mean, for me, when I dig into this game, the one big fear is that Texas has given up more than 200 yards per game on the ground, and this is a Baylor team that's been able to establish a physical running game. And Gary Bohannon continues to look better and better each week, making some of the big passing plays, forcing opposing defenses to at least respect what Baylor can do through the air. There's no doubt Texas will bring in more firepower than Baylor's seen in a game so far this season. Baylor, of course, fortunate, in my opinion, earlier this year to even get through Iowa State. The numbers suggest that Texas is the side here. I know what my power numbers actually make Texas the favorite. The hard part is I don't like some of the X's and O's matchups, but as the numbers continue to leak out, I lean more towards Texas, and I actually like the game over the total against the initial move that came in under 62.
Down in Jacksonville, 2:30 on CBS, cocktail party time, number 1 Georgia and Florida. I don't know if it'll be a referendum on the separation between Georgia and Alabama, but we saw Alabama go down the wire in Gainesville. This is neutral site. What are you expected from both these teams coming off of a bye week?
Yeah, this Florida team has really struggled a little bit over the last couple weeks. I mean, so much of their success early in the year was about establishing the run. The first 4 games they ran for at least 240 yards. Now, I know the competition has stiffened up a bit, but in games against Kentucky, Vanderbilt, and LSU, Florida hasn't gone over 180 rushing yards. And so much of what this team does is getting big plays from their quarterbacks, specifically with their legs. I think we're going to see Anthony Richardson under center. I don't believe some of the smokescreen coming out of Gainesville when you look at the efficiency numbers in their loss against LSU. But the big issue I have is with Florida defensively. Can they do enough to take away what Georgia wants to do, and that's establish the ground game? I'm led to believe that we could see a little bit more JT Daniels in this spot, that he could actually be the starter. We'll, of course, have to continue to monitor that situation up until kickoff. If that's the case, it makes this Georgia offense that much more dynamic in their ability to operate off of play action. I came in really wanting to make a case for Florida here, guys, plus the 14. The more I dug into this game, it's still Florida or pass, but I'm a lot more in the pass camp than I am running to the window to try and back Dan Mullen, even with some extra time to prepare and to throw some offensive wrinkles against this very talented Georgia defense.
BetTheBoardPodcast.com, Outkick, and at Todd Fuhrman on Twitter is where you find him. Fuhrman with us on the Pepsi hotline. Number 9, Iowa is on the road at Wisconsin, the straight-out-of game day game. Wisconsin's favored 3.5, but what I want you to do, Fuhrman, is sell me on the over in this game. It's the total's 37, and these are 2 yucky offenses.
It'll be extremely difficult for me to get behind backing the over in this game. The total opened at 37. We've actually seen it inch down to 36. The one thing in college football, as you guys know all too well, you need so many things to go right if you're actually able to cash an under ticket with a number this low. But these two teams, both elite in terms of their run defense. Wisconsin holding their opponents to less than 2 yards per carry. Iowa, no slouch in that department either, at under 3. As far as the opposing passing defenses, I don't think either one is going to get tested because I'm not sure which quarterback you have less confidence in, if it's Spencer Petras for Iowa or Graham Mertz for Wisconsin. Of course, no Riley Moss in the defensive backfield for the Hawkeyes. I make Wisconsin a bigger favorite in this game than the market indicates, but the way the game is going to be played with such a low total, I'd probably need my head examined to lay 3.5 with the Badgers. May look for a live opportunity if Iowa happens to get up 3-0 or something along those lines. I think Wisconsin trending in the right direction, where Iowa is starting to come back to earth a little bit in the wake of their first loss of the season against the Purdue Boilermakers.
Last Saturday morning, if I gave you this one piece of information, this one piece alone, Illinois, Penn State play 9 overtimes. What would you have bet on the over in that game?
I would have banked a pretty hefty ticket there for sure. And I can tell you that was one of the sharper total moves that we saw. That game actually got bet down from 46.5 as low as 45. But I can't imagine anybody who handicapped that figured they were going to have to live through 9 overtimes, albeit a little bit different in 2021 than what we've seen in the past. But at the same time, that level of ineptitude from Illinois and Penn State play calling from the 2-yard line, I think set football back 40 or 50 years. But for most of the Big Ten, they just call it another Saturday.
Furman, most people think I'm insane when I'm asked about the Alabama-LSU line next weekend. I tell them I would list Alabama minus 27.5. Where are you on this game?
So I'm pulling up my charts right now, and I probably should have had them up when we started this segment. I make Alabama on a neutral minus 26, so I don't think you're that far off by any stretch of the imagination. When you look at LSU and the way that they've performed, I mean, this is a team capable of getting blown out, especially when they can't establish the run. I think Alabama could score every time they have the ball. Would probably lean over the total, especially if it opens in the mid to high 60s, but it's definitely a game where I think Alabama can name the final if they're fully engaged right from the start.
We were discussing earlier Penn State, Ohio State. Ohio State hasn't played a lot in this impressive run as far as competition. What is Penn State right now with an injured, banged-up Sean Clifford and James Franklin's inability to be focused on the right opponent this week while the job market is circling around his head?
I think that's the big question. Has Ohio State figured things out defensively, or are these improved defensive numbers a byproduct of playing a very soft schedule? The one thing we can't take away from what we've seen from the Buckeyes, they've won each of their last 4 games by 39-plus points. They've now scored 50 straight and 4 straight. They lead the FBS in scoring. We're seeing C.J. Stroud look like the Heisman contender that a lot of us thought he could be before the season started. Travion Henderson going to breathe down Maurice Claret's record for rushing touchdowns for a freshman running back. And this Penn State team, we can say what we want. Amazing what the last 6 quarters of football have done to kind of change the season for Penn State. They took a commanding lead into the break against Iowa, end up losing that game, and of course, lay an absolute egg last week against Illinois. And you mentioned Sean Clifford. If he's not 100% and a willing runner, Penn State loses a very important dynamic of what this team wants to do offensively. They have skill position players in Jahan Dotson and Parker Washington that can put Ohio State's defensive backs on skates. Problem being, if you can't keep your quarterback upright and you have no threat of a ground game, it's going to be a very difficult proposition. I know Penn State has been here and played Ohio State close in the past, but for all intents and purposes, this feels like an absolute routing if Ohio State gets up 14 points early. The only way to look would be to back the favorite here, as I think Penn State is taking on water, especially when their own fan base beginning to turn against their head coach.
All right, go get bettheboardpodcast.com. Go follow Fuhrman on Twitter at Todd Fuhrman and see him at Outkick. He is Todd Fuhrman from Vegas. Fuhrman, thank you for the time. Enjoy the games.
Always a pleasure, gentlemen. Best of luck with your picks this weekend.
Thank you, buddy. Take care. Fuhrman with us on the Pepsi Hotline.
And our show being brought to you in part by our friends at Redmont Vodka.
Yeah, locally owned and operated. Charles Barkley, one of the great faces behind Redmont Vodka. Their aim, clarity, and taste, color, and smell. It's vodka perfection. Redmont Vodka made from corn, which not only makes it gluten-free, also provides that smooth finish that doesn't have a harsh aftertaste. 8 times distilled, available at your local package and ABC stores. Pick up a bottle today of Redmont Vodka.
To Brown's point on Wisconsin and Iowa, we know Iowa's defense. Wisconsin held Purdue to negative 13 yards rushing last week.
That's all they've got's defense.
Negative 13 yards rushing.
Yeah.
And that's why Jim Leonard, you just wonder one day, and I know he loves it's his alma mater. You wonder one day if they force Paul Christ out.
I know,
they
he
tell
may be
Jim
the head
Leonard,
coach.
hey, it's yours.
Also in that game, Wisconsin didn't, this is from The Athletic, Wisconsin didn't complete a pass in the final 44 minutes and 16 seconds. So a team that didn't complete a pass in the final 44 minutes and 16 seconds, who also plays great defense, is going to play that Iowa defense, who traditionally is offensively challenged.
Yeah,
and you said the over-under is what?
37 is the total. I mean, that feels like a hard under to me.
Yeah,
that's not a lot of points, I know.
I thought Wisconsin was going to be really good this year.
Yeah.
I thought they were going to win 10 or 11 games. I thought they were going to represent the Big Ten championship game. You wonder, going back to week 1, where they had so many opportunities in the red zone, if they would have beaten Penn State, how different is that game where they led in the fourth quarter against Notre Dame? How much more confident is that offense? Yeah. And, they ultimately got blown away by Michigan. That was the week after, and they were sitting at 1-3. I just think this Wisconsin season could have gone a lot differently if they would have won week 1.
We're going to do 2 things in the next segment. I'll tell you what they are after I tell you about the great folks at Storm Restoration Roofing. Greg from Pell City, who is a longtime listener of the show and a longtime sponsor. Over 20 years, Greg and his group at Storm Restoration Roofing have been taking care of you and your neighbors. If you've never used them, trustworthy folks, A+ rated in the Better Business Bureau. And what can you say more than the fact that the insurance company folks love these guys? So they work great together, which benefits you, the homeowner. But nothing is better than this, because if you're like me, you don't know if you got a good roof or a bad roof, or if you need roof work or not. So you got to talk to someone you trust, that they're not going to lie to you. And how about getting a free checkup on your roof? That's what you get with Greg. 205-542-3531. A free no-cost inspection. Free no-cost inspection. 205-542-3531. They've got great warranties. They'll do great work. You can also look Greg up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City on Facebook. And that shows you all you need to know about Greg. Tells you all you need to know. The guy's in the community. If he did crappy work, you could find him right there and just harass the heck out of him. He's out there. He's got our logo on his truck. Can't beat that. Greg from Pell City. Free no-cost inspection. 205-542-3531. Storm Restoration Roofing. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to do 2 things next segment. 1, I'm going to get a cold beer. You going to get a cold beer?
Maybe.
Okay. I'm getting a cold beer.
Wow.
And
we've lived to the point where Lance had to think about it.
Well, I'll tell you what a friend I am. Forrester said pre-show. He said, I'm going to stop drinking sodas.
Okay.
For a short period of time. I said, I think I will too.
I said, well, I'm going to buy you one later.
I made it 2 segments.
Oh, yeah. So you were going to give up because Forrester did?
Yeah. Well, I was going to support him and at least not drink during the show, but boom.
No, if he's strong, it doesn't matter if we support him or not.
Ice cold Diet Mountain Dew there. But now I'm going to go with an ice cold Bud Light.
All right.
The other thing we're going to do is we're going to do a little bet. We'd like you guys to play at home. It's the coaching carousel. It's going crazy. We've pulled up the USA Today chart that tells us what every coach is making. And we're going to pick 3 coaches that we think are going to get the biggest raises. And this will be straight dollar figure from one USA Today ranking to the next on who wins this. And the 2 losers will buy the other guy a steak. Now, here we're not going to snake draft this. We're going to end up
a lot of duplications.
We could have some duplications here. So it may come down to just making one gutsy pick that you think is going to get a big raise in the offseason. Jeff Traylor. So here we go. We're going to do that when we come back on the next round, which is being brought to you today in part, as I said, by our friends at Storm Restoration Roofing. Jim, you've already done that, so go to Break Rockstar.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
Being a boot fanatic, I have found the perfect place to shop for the greatest selection of boots with brands like Lucchese, Ariat, Dan Post, Twisted X, Justin, and more. Hey, Tom Luganbill here, telling you Jack's Western and Outdoor Wear in Coleman is the place to go. Western boots, fashion boots, and work boots. Jack's has them all. Plus, a great selection of apparel and boots for the entire family. Jack's Western and Outdoor Wear is a one-stop shop for all your holiday gift-giving needs. Jack's Western and Outdoor Wear, I-65, exit 304. Just look for the big red building and follow Jack's on Facebook and Instagram.
It is the American dream to buy your own home. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. Mortgage Right wants to make that dream a reality with branches across the country. Mortgage Right has all the resources of a nationwide organization while maintaining the charm of a local lender. Mortgage Right makes home buying simple. If you are looking for a quick and caring mortgage experience, Mortgage Right is your go-to lender. Get started by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR. Mortgage Right, NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Hey, for the best pizza in Birmingham for lunch or dinner, make it Slice. Go see the Bajaga brothers, Jeff, Jason, and Chris. Slice Pizza and Brew is as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. 2 great locations, Lakeview and Vestavia.
Hear that? That's the plumpest, juiciest hot dogs you've ever seen getting their grill on. But we both know what'll make it sound even better. Oh yeah, it's a Pepsi to go with your hot dog. Because when you're chomping on America's favorite meal, relish, mustard, and onions perfectly blending into a crescendo of flavor, there's only one thing that makes everything about that moment better. A cold, refreshing Pepsi. See what I mean? It's like music to my ears. Hot dogs. Better with Pepsi. That's what I like.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
For your next round of residential and commercial termite protection, pest prevention, mosquito control, and lawn care services, do what my family does and trust Wayne's. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. Wayne's may be headquartered here in Birmingham, but they're serving more than 100,000 families and businesses across SEC country, from Tuscaloosa to Auburn and Nashville to Knoxville. And right now, get started with their EnviroPest service for $60 off when you use the code TNR. Get started by calling 866-WAYNES1 and don't forget the code TNR for $60 off your initial EnviroPest service. Banking is not just about your money, it's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. AmFirst was founded for members like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means service that grows and changes with the times to serve you better. Now every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. It's even customizable, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the #1 priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. America's first federal credit union is federally insured by the NCUA.
3 and out still to come, but we're about to gamble a little bit here on the air with each other, and because that coaching carousel is going to go crazy here in a few weeks, and somebody's going to get $1 million raises, multi-million-dollar raises. We'll try to project who gets the biggest ones. We'd love to see your picks as well. You can always jump in the Farmfolio chat room as you watch us on YouTube, Twitch, Facebook, or Twitter. The coach you think will get the biggest raise in this offseason. It's being brought to you right now by our friends at Ship Happens.
Yes, Dunaway, you see the cup right here. Have that a lot of different days. And in today's ever-changing market, your supply chain, major factor in maintaining and growing relationships with your customers. Safe, on-time, and affordable shipments today are crucial. With over 20 years combined experience in relationships, our friends Jeff and Griffin at Ship Happens, they've got the ability to get ship done. From LTL, van, flatbed, heavy haul, and expedited, Ship Happens, ready to bring a solution to all of your transportation problems. Don't have an accident and ship yourself. Call the guys at Ship Happens, 205-605-8101.
All right, Brown, you want to make we sort of need to write these down privately, don't we?
I've got mine written down.
Okay. How should we do it? Because we could have the same ones.
Yeah, so we probably need to do them on your little chart.
Okay, so dry erase board.
Dry erase board.
We need a dry erase board here. Let me erase yours for you real quick.
All right. So what we're doing basically is this is the net gain. So we've got the USA Today list of what all these coaches are making.
For instance, Nick Saban makes the most money, right?
That's
so
right,
you wouldn't
$9
pick
million.
Nick Saban because he'll always get a raise.
That's right.
But you don't want to pick him because how much of a raise can you really get? You're trying to find the hot guy this off season that's going to cash in like Ed Orgeron did after he won the national championship. That's what you're looking for. All right.
You want me to go first, or you? I'd like for you guys to write these down.
Yeah, we got to at least write them down and lock them in before we start unveiling.
So USA Today is going to be our that's going to be our gold standard here. Whatever they report in this thing next year.
That's right.
Because, for instance, we've got the recent one. I would like to have gone Dave Aranda. Dave Aranda's only making $2.5 million, according to the Dallas Morning News. That's what he's making. Now, Lance, they're a one-loss team right now. They'll probably take some losses down the road. His name will get attached to LSU. I think he'll be able to use that for leverage, and I think having a good season will give him some leverage. I think Dave Aranda will get a raise after the year, but we can't use him because he's not in the USA Today database. So Dunaway eliminated Dave Aranda, but that's how we would play the game.
Yeah, so that's how we're going to do it. Let me get me right one more down real quick.
Write
here.
one more.
Yeah, hold on.
I think we're going to have duplication on at least one. I think all of us will have one, but maybe not.
On at least one.
Possibly. You never know.
Okay.
You never know. All right, you ready?
I've got my 3 written down.
Did you draw a picture of them, Jim, or you just write the names down?
I did not. I'm a slow learner, Brown.
Clearly.
Brown, you start us off.
All right.
Who do you have?
I'm going to go Mel Tucker, number 1.
Okay.
Mel Tucker is currently making $5.5 million. I think he's either going to get the LSU job or he's going to parlay this season into a nice raise.
But you know what I thought about that, Brown? I almost wrote Mel Tucker down, but I was like, man, he's already making $5.5 million.
I don't know if Michigan State can pay much more.
Yeah, well, they'll find a way. Big Ten money, they can't pay more than $5.5 million.
But you could be betting on him going to LSU.
There's that part of that. Jeff Traylor, he's the UTSA coach, who I probably couldn't have named before this week. But in looking at that sum, I'm not so certain Texas Tech didn't make that move to get him. He's a high school coaching legend there in that state. He's got UTSA playing really, really well right now. I think he's going to get the Texas Tech job.
Yeah, I think you could win this if that happens. I'm banking on him to stay at UTSA.
It's a gamble by me because he's making $830,000, so that's at least a $2 million raise. And the James Franklin, this is tough, but he's making $7 million. You don't go hire Jimmy Sexton for no reason.
Right.
I'm not saying he's going to take another job, but I think he's going to parlay this into more money at Penn State.
Well, I think LSU's smart enough not to hire Franklin. Right. I think Penn State, he's going to lose multiple. He's going to have 3 or 4 losses.
But he's going to get more money either way.
I don't think so.
Yes,
Based on the 5 losses, there's no way Penn State's going to give him more money.
You ever met Jimmy Sexton?
Yeah, I find it hard to believe, but we'll see.
Let me take a cold sip of my Bud Light.
That was one
here.
guy I was not going to touch was Franklin.
My cold sip of Bud Light to tell you that.
Well, how do you do that? If they beat Ohio State this week, you're probably onto something.
I know.
I've got 0 Browns guys.
I got 0 Browns too.
Oh, that's great.
Oh, wow.
All right, fantastic. I'm going to win this thing.
That makes me feel a little bit better.
What was the one I won earlier that people said I had the best draft? What did we draft on that one?
Oh, but you haven't won that yet.
Well, what was the draft?
Football.
Golf.
Yeah.
Okay. Or was that a state?
But Dunaway's already got a team
for 2. That's you and Jim Brown.
Yeah.
Okay.
Dunaway's he's already got a team that lost or left the 25.
No, Coastal hung in there.
They did hang in there, but they're at like 24.
But I've also got Penn State, which is going in the wrong direction. Right. Okay, who do you have?
I have got Kirby Smart, Mark Stoops, Pat Narduzzi.
Interesting.
Wow. I don't have any of those.
I didn't have any. I thought about Kirby Smart.
Kirby is going to get paid. If they win the national championship, he could be the highest paid coach in college football.
He's at 7.1, and I thought about that. If he wins the national championship, he probably gets to 9.
Yeah, and even
he'll have to get to 10.
I think he'll get to 9 even if he doesn't because they're going to be in the college football playoff. So I think he gets at least a $2 million raise. Mark Stoops. This is probably
I think he's at about 4.5 or 5.
It's the end game. It's either you stay at Kentucky almost for life. We give you this contract because I think his last contract was 2 years ago in 19.
Yep.
He's going to get a huge raise, and then Narduzzi. His last contract,
I never even looked at him.
It was 2017. He's making like 3 maybe.
But there again, you said that about Michigan State. What can Pitt pay for a football coach?
But Narduzzi, if Tucker takes that job, Narduzzi can go back to Michigan State.
He could absolutely. That's good thinking.
All 3 of my guys are going to $7 million or north, and they are all making less than 5.
So you got poor coaches right now.
So all of my guys are going to go $2 million, $2 million, $3 million.
I just hope none of these guys are flying on a prop plane today.
Lane Kiffin.
Thought about him.
Mario Cristobal and Luke Fickell.
So Cristobal just got a raise last year. He parlayed the Auburn job.
Not going to get another raise.
Yep, he parlayed the Auburn job.
He is when he becomes the head coach of the USC Trojans or the head coach of the LSU Tigers. He'll make $7 million, $8 million.
So when he goes 9-3 this year and doesn't win the Pac-12, do you think those programs are going to want him?
No, of course they would not want him then.
What was that?
Didn't Lane Kiffin just get an extension from Ole Miss?
I think he did, but I do think Kiffin's going to get a raise.
I thought about Fickell's the only one I thought about.
Kiffin's at 4.8.
That's amazing that we've got no duplication.
It really is crazy.
Luke Fickell, by the way, 3.4 $4 million, according to USA Today.
So where's he going to get the job?
Well, I think if he stays at Cincinnati with them going to the Big 12, they will start paying Big 12 money. So I think he gets at least $2 million to stay there.
You got to remember, Big 12 money is not going to stay what it was. They're going to go backwards.
And Fickle's got a $4 million buyout.
I don't know. Fickle worries me because I just don't know how much more Cincinnati can afford to invest in football. I mean, that's a lot of money for the Cincinnati coach already. $3 million and change.
Yeah.
So I feel good about my list.
So I feel good about my list.
You know what? I feel good about my list. None of us went Billy Napier, who's making $2 million a year.
Oh. That's probably an oversight on my part. Billy Napier would be really good.
If Billy Napier, Lance, you just groaned. If he gets a head coaching job, it's a $3 million raise off the top. I mean, he's at $2 million. Him just getting a job could win you the.
If he gets a job, yeah, I'm just banking on him not getting that job.
I don't think he will either. I've told you, man. I've heard.
But that's like you with Traylor. If Traylor gets that job, that could win it for you.
Oh yeah, I mean, I completely rolled the dice on Jeff Traylor. He can only get one job.
Yeah,
I mean, the only job he's going to get is Texas Tech.
The thing I'm saying, I think all three of your guys stay put. I know all three of mine stay put, and I think all three of yours stay put.
Wow.
That's why I feel good about this, because these guys are going to get raises.
There are people that get paid to cover nothing but the coaching carousel. You have no carousel.
No. I just don't think any of these guys are going to be LSU or USC's coach.
Well, who's going to get the LSU job? I mean, we've got Mario Cristobal, Lane Kiffin, Mel Tucker, James Franklin. I mean, we got all those guys on here.
One of these guys gets either LSU or USC.
Well, I tell you, if I was an LSU fan, I might take my guy Stoops over any of y'all's guys.
If you were an LSU fan?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm fine with that.
I mean, what did Lane Kiffin ever do to you?
Nothing. I wouldn't want him to face in my program.
No, I think.
Would I like to hang out with him in Vegas? Probably.
Dunaway, I think USC is going to screw this hire up because it's what USC does.
I agree with that.
So they're going to end up hiring something stupid.
Well, it could be James Franklin.
Well, it could be. I mean, that will get praised when they hire him, but I don't think it'll.
But I don't know how much more USC can pay than what Franklin's making right now. But Franklin might want to get out ahead of the posse.
Yeah.
Jeffrey says Kirby gets that raise. It'll be time to find a new barber. Boy, Kirby's haircut gets banged a lot in the Farm Folio chat room over there.
It's like his mom does it before he leaves. She brushes it. Well, you got to brush your hair, Dabo.
Does he have a cowlick?
And Kirby?
Yeah, Kirby. And they have to put that spit on him. Did your mom ever do that?
Yes. I got a bad
She'd lick that hand. My grandmother did. My mom never did. My grandmother licked that hand.
So you had some of that tobacco spit.
I had that tobacco, that snuff spit in my hair.
That sheen.
Yeah. Kiffin to Miami, a couple of you say over in the chat room.
Not a chance.
You're not leaving Ole Miss for Miami.
Miami's
Ole Miss is a better job.
Miami's a bad job right now, and Kiffin, he's got a much better job.
Yeah, I mean, Manny Diaz had a big win last week, but if Miami fires him, they're not getting Mario Cristobal.
Well, boy, you've changed your tune on that one.
To Miami?
Just a couple of weeks ago, you were talking about Mama calling.
Well, I'm saying that would be tempting, but he won't do it.
It's not tempting at all. It's a terrible job.
Well, he wouldn't make as much money as he's making.
Right, and you're not going to get anybody you think you're going to get. You're not going to get Luke Fickell. I don't think you'd even get Hugh Freeze.
No, Miami will get a name that you're like, really? That guy's got the Miami job?
Let me ask you, if Mark Stoops took LSU, do you think Fickell would take Kentucky?
No. I'm not going to the Big 12. If they were staying in the American, it would be tempting to him. But getting in a Power 5 conference with Cincinnati, and a Power 5 conference, by the way, that Cincinnati can win pretty quickly. Yeah, I mean, they're going to a Power 5 where they'll be one of the better teams.
I don't know how you guys feel. Right now, Oklahoma, Cincinnati, neutral site, I probably lean Cincinnati. Yeah. I think they'd win it this year.
But, I mean, just think about that. The minute they get, if he can maintain this at Cincinnati, the minute they get in the Big 12, they're one of the better teams in that conference. Oklahoma and Texas are disappearing.
There's two guys that I would consider replacing one guy on my list for.
Yeah, we won't allow you to do that. But
no, I know. I'm just saying, Sonny Dykes at $1.3 million. Even if he goes to Texas Tech, he's going to get a $2 million raise.
Easy.
Right.
Yep.
Right.
All right. Good one.
And the other one is Hugh Freeze at $1.1 million.
I don't think he's going to get another job.
You don't?
Mm-mm.
I had Fickell. I had Clausen on here because I could see Wake give him some kind of lifetime extension.
Yeah.
And Wake's got a lot of money, believe it or not. Kalen DeBoer, the kid from Fresno State. If they continue to win, that guy could be in the mix for USC.
Great game this week. Two of them, SMU and Houston, and then late night on CBS Sports Network, 9:30, Fresno State, the guy you're talking about, against Brady Hoke and San Diego State.
And Fresno right now 1-point favorite against undefeated San Diego State.
Yeah, so interesting week. Thank you so much for playing along with us in the chat room there. Part of our show today being brought to you by our friends at Cowan Equipment. LT, tell us about Cowan, and then we'll update you on a couple of poll questions we have out for you.
Hey, Cowan Equipment, proud to partner with the Next Round on our new venture here. Would love the opportunity to partner with your company for your heavy equipment needs. Visit Cowan.com to find out more about how we can be your heavy equipment solution, from rental and new equipment sales to superior service and parts. Go to Cowan.com.
Which of the early SEC games to honor the great Joe Lee Dunn was your favorite broadcast? Jefferson Pilot leading the way at 84%. A lot of people like the Daves on Jefferson Pilot.
I remember that. What were our other choices?
I was about to tell you that, Jim. TBS at 9%. I used to like TBS because they had the cartoon open of all the mascots playing football. I don't know if you guys remember that.
I do remember that. Yeah, they'd tackle each other.
I used to love that when I was a kid. And Raycom at 7%. It was the last one.
Vandy had a cannon, didn't they?
Yep. They would fire the cannon, and that's what the TBS logo came up. It was the last thing you saw.
Probably couldn't get away with that now.
When your team is playing in a big game like the Braves, and you can't be inside the stadium, do you prefer to watch by yourself or with large groups? 91% solo at home, 8% big crowd in a sports bar.
I'm telling you, it's the way to go.
Or, excuse me, 9%.
I think you shamed them into voting.
I did not shame them. I said, look, you watch your team how you want to watch.
Not a real fan is what you said.
Real fans will watch at home.
You go get a load of Bud Light, and you sit on your couch, and you watch your team, and you focus. You don't have to deal with all the clutter.
All right.
How much Bud Light did you have last night? A load.
A load of Bud Light.
Not a 6-pack, not a 12-pack. A load. A load. Truckload? Train load. When we come back, 3 and Out, LT's got some questions for us today. We'll answer those and continue on. And you can always enjoy the show when we're done. Right at the top of the hour, the app cranks back up and the show goes for the next 4 hours all the way until we're live again tomorrow at 9. And you can always, as many of you tell us you do, you can get home tonight and watch the show on YouTube on replay anytime. It's all right there, part of the Double Down Media family.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
Banking isn't just about your money, it's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. AmFirst was founded for members just like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means services that grow and change with the times to serve you better. Now, every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. You can even customize the app, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the #1 priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. That's amfirst.org, America's first federal credit union, federally insured by the NCUA.
Suffering from an old sports injury? Or tweak a joint being a weekend warrior? Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics may be able to reduce or eliminate your knee, hip, or shoulder pain, increase your mobility, and get you back in the game. From pediatrics to geriatrics, appointments are available at 9 convenient locations affiliated with Brookwood Baptist Health. Call Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics at 855-219-6200 or visit precisionsportsortho.com.
Fall weather is the best time to be on the golf course, and Jerry Pate's design at Timberline will not disappoint. The course is in fantastic condition, and if you don't have time for a round of golf, come use Timberline's TrackMan driving range. You can practice, play games, and play virtual golf all on the practice tee. Come enjoy your day on one of Alabama's top 10 courses you can play. It's Timberline Golf Club. Timberline is easy to get to just off I-65 at exit 228. Book tee times online at timberlinegc.com. Tee it up at Timberline.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 20/200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation, 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you, 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app. Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Want more of The Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app. Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Football season is now in full swing, and you need to be winning with us at lanceslock.com. You get the free lock during the show, but get even more with a subscription at lanceslock.com. Get Lance's full slate of college football games every Saturday, as well as Sunday's NFL, all with the same subscription. No complicated or expensive weekend packages. Get everything, all leagues, every day. Only $90 a month, breaking down to $3 a day. If you want to win this football season, jump on your phone, tablet, or computer right now and go to lanceslock.com and get on board with us.
Say you had the greatest job in the world, which everyone knows is crafting pumpkin fresh frozen custard desserts at Culver's. Here would be your typical day. Pour farm fresh dairy into the custard maker and run continuously all day. Add real pumpkin puree and pumpkin pie spice, then craft our pumpkin spice shake or salted caramel pumpkin concrete mixer. Yum! Serve with a great big pumpkin lovin' smile.
Just like that, pumpkin's back at Culver's, but not for long. Welcome to Delicious.
Back with you on the next round. The ACC offices are deciding to move out of Greensboro, North Carolina, where the league was founded back in the 1950s. They're going to get a new office space. Interesting, the places they're considering. Charlotte is the automatic one you think's the betting favorite. Atlanta would be number 2. Also considering New York, Boston, and D.C.
New York sounds like the same mistake the Pac-12 made when they went to downtown San Francisco, the Pac-12 network, basically,
Right.
and paid all that money for a place in San Francisco. What do you imagine office space goes for in New York?
I would imagine pretty expensive in the neighborhood you want to be in.
Exactly.
And same in D.C., really,
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah, I think it's bad,
Boston.
too. I don't know why you wouldn't just stay in Charlotte.
Charlotte or Atlanta. I mean, if they want to try to start,
because who do you
squeezing the SEC a little bit for Atlanta events.
Who do you view as the power brokers in the ACC?
North Carolina and Duke.
I would agree with that, even though they both suck in football right now.
Think you're probably right.
Yeah, so I'd stay close to them.
Yeah,
That's what I would do.
Put it in Charlotte, but they're moving out of Greensboro, which is some news. Their building, by the way, in Greensboro, valued at $2.7 million. I mean, $2.7 million in Greensboro. It's a pretty nice building.
Yeah, but isn't that what Larry Scott was paying rent for the Pac-12 headquarters?
I think Lance is right.
Per year.
I think it was 2.7 a year, yeah.
I think it was 2.7.
It was crazy.
Or right around there.
Yeah, and meanwhile, they pay $1 down in Birmingham for the SEC offices. Part of our show brought to you by our friends at Iron Mountain Construction. LT gives you a lock on the show every day, sometimes after the show. Later today, Lance will send you out on Twitter at the Lance Taylor. They'll pick tonight. Maybe it's baseball. Maybe it's the NBA Game 2 coming up. It's brought to you by Iron Mountain Construction, committed to safely supporting the operations of your facility through their execution of quality-driven maintenance services and on-time, on-budget, small capital construction work. Learn more by calling Jeremy Purvis and the folks at Iron Mountain there, 205-781-1170, 781-1170, Iron Mountain Construction. They bring you the lock every day. Rockstar, let's do the 3 and out. It's brought to you by Vulcan Tire. Get that car winterized right now with our friends at Vulcan Tire.
Yeah, locally owned and operated. Make sure you take your car in. Anything you need, from the brake pads, wheel alignment, tires, and more. They can do it bumper to bumper for you and your family. 4 locations and online, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
First down.
Okay, who throws their next NFL touchdown first? Deshaun Watson or Kenny Pickett?
That is a fantastic question.
Pickett's the number 1 projected quarterback, according to Mel Kiper yesterday. He's the quarterback at Pittsburgh, who, if he hadn't had an extra COVID year,
that's right,
would have never been drafted by a team.
I was reading early this morning about Deshaun Watson that they feel like there's the general feeling is he's close to a settlement on these things. His problem is he doesn't want to settle and admit guilt. He doesn't want it to look like he's admitting guilt, so it's trying to be done where it looks like everybody drops their charges, but then if everybody drops their allegations, but then if they do that, everybody knows he's paid them off to do it, so it makes him look guilty. So he's kind of caught in this vicious circle.
And you still don't know what the NFL is going to do.
That's right. You don't know what the NFL is going to do, and no NFL team wants to jump in without him getting all this stuff settled.
Yeah,
so
you just wonder, once it
weird,
gets settled, is he always looking over his shoulder like another allegation comes out?
I'll say Deshaun Watson, though.
Yeah.
We're a forgiving society.
Yeah.
I think I probably would, too.
Second down.
Mike Tomlin, very adamant yesterday that he is not going to go to USC or any college job. But if I asked you who stays in Pittsburgh longer, Pat Narduzzi, who I took in our draft, or Mike Tomlin?
They don't change coaches there, Jim, but Tomlin, again, they're about to have to reset at quarterback. Not all this is on Tomlin. He's had to work around Ben Roethlisberger a little bit.
That's right.
And Roethlisberger, is one of those guys where I think the Steelers have given him leeway to call his own shot out because of all he's done for the franchise, and Ben doesn't want to leave right now. They would have been better the last couple of years with a better quarterback. So I don't blame a lot of this on Tomlin, and I'm sure the Pittsburgh ownership realizes that as well.
Every job I've ever had has been about 10 to 15 years before I had a major change, and that's where we are with Mike Tomlin. And, I think it was the same way with Bill Cowher. It was about 15 years. And, before that, Chuck Noll was about 15 years. And I think it's, they haven't had a lot of coaches at Pittsburgh. And if you're going to change quarterbacks, it's probably a good time to go with a new voice there in the locker room. I could see Tomlin moving on to another NFL job.
I don't know. I lean Narduzzi will retire before. I think Narduzzi now is close to 60.
That's young. That's young today.
I'm not saying it's not. I'm just saying that, how much longer does he have at Pittsburgh? Mike Tomlin's 49.
Yeah.
If they can get quarterback right, he could be around forever.
Yeah, no doubt. And that's why I think he goes somewhere else. Just a new voice in Pittsburgh. He goes somewhere else.
I'm going to say Narduzzi out first.
Narduzzi stays because nobody else is going to want him.
Third down.
Lance is right. If Mel Tucker takes a job, Michigan State will hire him in a heartbeat.
Yeah.
He's the obvious
I
hire.
think it'd be a good hire. Yeah. So former head of the Gambino crime family, John Gotti, would have been 81 years old today.
Okay.
What would you have gotten him for his
better
birthday?
career?
No, if I asked you better organized crime film, and I thought about this, so The Untouchables or The Departed?
The Departed.
The Departed.
Departed, yeah, but I love The Untouchables.
I wasn't crazy about it. I thought Kevin Costner was miscast.
Yeah, I thought it was
Very
a little
badly.
cheesy.
But I love Costner.
I thought Sean Connery was really good. He was the only thing I liked about The Untouchables.
He was really, really
and then
good.
the baseball bat scene with Al Capone, played by Robert De Niro.
I loved they took a picture at the Italian restaurant, right?
Yep.
I've always thought we should do that.
Me too.
Like us go out to dinner and take a nice picture with.
You want to go to Lavoie's?
Well, I mean, it doesn't have to be Italian. We could do steak or something like that.
That way this is long running because one of our very first round table. This is back when we started the round table dinners was at Petrocelli's, and Dunaway was like, "We're going to come here all the time. Let's take the picture right now. This is our booth."
And I think it's I used to go all the time, see our friend Charlie Vitella, but I think it's the only time we all had dinner in there together.
I think it is, but Dunaway wanted to do it all the time.
And it's some iconic Italian restaurants in Birmingham. I mentioned Lavoie's, Petrocelli's.
Yep. The three of us, Rockstar, and it was John Saber. That was the five people that was in the picture.
Right, yep. Yep. Dunaway, this is us, man.
Well, you said we've got a celebratory dinner coming soon, right?
We do. So
Viking Feast?
We'll give details on that.
Viking Feast?
Yeah, probably.
All right.
Fourth down.
So it's October 27th. Do you guys know what October 27th is?
4 days before Halloween.
Very good.
It's National Greasy Food
It's got
Day.
a little symbolism of Halloween. It's National Black Cat Day.
Okay.
So
if
close.
I asked you your biggest superstition.
My biggest superstition?
No. Dave.
Dunaway, when he does. My biggest, yes, the person I was looking at. Yeah,
no,
your biggest superstition.
The Scotty dude, whatever.
Scotty Hawkins.
Yeah.
Scotty
No,
Hawkins.
I was just. What do I think? People's biggest
No,
superstition or my
yours.
personal
Yours
one?
personal.
I have no superstitions. I really do not.
Today is going to be a great day, and it always will be from henceforth.
I really have no
it's just
superstitions.
it's odd, and that's great that you don't. It's just odd that you don't have something that gets you thinking
Well,
twice.
it's faith-based with him, but it seems like I've seen you knock on wood or you've done something.
I've never knocked on wood.
Nothing in golf.
Yeah, not really. I mean, I have a routine before I hit, but it's not a superstition. That's just what you're supposed to do.
I've got so many ticks and so many superstitions.
Well, me
It's
too. It's
crazy.
interesting, yeah.
Like,
For instance, in baseball, I couldn't cross bats in the dugout. That would end a rally. So we'd always keep the bats straight. That was one. I never stepped in a line going on and off the field. That was one. I knock on wood all the time. Heck, I'll throw salt over my shoulder. I don't even know what I'm doing for there. I'm keeping something away, but I'll throw salt over my shoulder.
Do you have a Lucky Ram shirt?
So I had these Ram socks. It was funny. So Trent Green, when he got hurt,
Right.
and Kurt Warner came in that first week of the '99 season against Baltimore, they were almost like a purple gray sock, and I just randomly put them on. And I thought to myself, if the Rams win today, I'm gonna have to keep wearing these. Well, I wore them that entire season. They won a Super Bowl. Wore them to the Super Bowl. Wore them the next year. The bottoms fell out of the sock.
Oh no!
But like this past weekend, I was watching the Rams outside, and when they were trailing going into the fourth quarter, I had to move venues. Yep. And then back to last week, NLCS, when the Dodgers finally won a game, I had moved this tacky gold cat, the roommate had bought for a Halloween decoration. I had put it on the table for good luck, and the Dodgers won, so I sat in there with the gold cat, and it didn't work.
Hey, you know who didn't know about the gold cat? The Dodgers.
Right. The Dodgers
or the Braves, either one. Yeah.
But I'm very superstitious.
My daughter gave me a Buccaneer hat at the beginning of they were 7-5, and I got a Buccaneer hat, and I started wearing it. They won the Super Bowl. I hated that hat, and it didn't fit right. Just hated the hat. And I wore it all the way until they lost to the Rams. I was finally not able to not wear the hat this weekend.
And every time I walk on a plane, I knock on.
Oh, I pet it.
Yeah,
I pet my
I've seen
plane.
Dunaway do that. He does. He rubs it.
I rub the plane. I say, "Come on, baby, one more flight.
But
one more
just
flight."
one more. The thing is, I'm so superstitious, but I've flown with you before.
I know. That really makes no sense.
I've had people not get on a plane with me before because of this show,
including pilots.
Sorry, folks.
Hell no.
All right,
I've been doing lines of cocaine all night. I'll risk my job. I'm not getting on a plane with Jim Dunaway.
That is 4 downs. 3 and out. Brought to you by our friends at
We're
Vulcan
close.
Tires.
Just keep it.
Hey, take your vehicle in. Anything you need, bumper to bumper, these guys can handle, from the brake pads, wheel alignment, tires, and more. Get it winterized today. 4 locations and online, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
We wrap up the show next. I went to Greystone Chiropractic, though, to try to get my golf swing loose. And what I found out is getting the spine aligned controls the nervous system, which controls every cell, tissue, and organ in your body. You can get the same treatment from a man, Dr. Lee Goldenberg at Greystone Chiropractic. Enjoy a healthier life today. GreystoneChiropractor.com or 205-981-8090.
Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
I'm Jim Dunaway, and one thing I've learned about ERA King Real Estate is they believe every client deserves to be represented by an expert. That's why they invest so much in technology and training for their agents. You can be sure that your local agent has experience in your market, up-to-the-minute real estate resources, and top-notch negotiating skills. Text MOVE to 35260. That's MOVE to 35260. ERA King. They work hard to make home buying easy.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call GutterCapBirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
How do you know you're in a community, not just a town? Well, strangers smile as they walk by. They refill your coffee without you asking. And when you ask directions, people offer to walk you there. Communities give more. The way you know when you walk into First Bank that you are in a real community bank. Great products, direct access to your local bankers, and relationships that can last a lifetime. Don't just have an account. Have a community with First Bank. Member FDIC.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call GutterCapBirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
Johnston RV Center, home of the lifetime warranty, is having its fall sales event Monday, October 25th through Saturday, October 30th. The fall sales event is happening at our 2 locations, off I-65, exit 304 in Coleman and exit 334 in Decatur. There will be special pricing on select units, special financing on the largest inventory of the year, and Halloween treats for the kids. In addition to these savings, Johnston RV offers an exclusive lifetime warranty from RV Warranty Forever on all new models and used models under under 2 years old. Now is the time to get the RV of your dreams. Special pricing, special financing, and deals on the largest inventory of the year. Make plans to visit our 2 locations off I-65, exit 304 in Coleman and exit 334 in Decatur. Enjoy our best selections of the year, special pricing, and additional markdowns at the Johnston RV Center Fall Sales Event. For more information, visit our website, johnstonrvcenter.com. Go see why Johnston RV Center is the #1 travel trailer dealer in the state of Alabama.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Drunk driving prevention is a priority at Anheuser-Busch. You can't drive drunk if you don't drive there. Encourage friends to join in the pledge to decide to ride on DecideToRide.com. Brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and The Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
Our getaway segment today brought to you by our friends at Mortgage Right. A little college football before we get out of here.
Yeah, our friends at Mortgage Right, if you are sick of leasing your life away, you need to check out our friends at Mortgage Right. They've got the cure with locations nationwide. Our friends at Mortgage Right, dedicated to making the home buying process easy, eager to offer tips, tools, and a staff of industry professionals to move you in with confidence. If you're ready to let go of the leasing life and start living life, Mortgage Right can help. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR today to get started. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Nick in the Farmfolio chat room, I've been wearing the same Brave shirt that I wore the game 1 of the NLCS. And the times I didn't wear it against L.A., they lost.
Ooh. It happens.
Mark says, I have to chop when the Braves need a rally or during a rally, or I feel it will not happen. 60 seconds left in the show. What can Georgia do to be, or can they do anything to be compared to 2018 Clemson, 2019 LSU, 2020 Alabama?
So I think the unique thing about those teams is the offense was so dynamic. We're seeing something different with this Georgia defense. And I brought up the fact with how dominant the defense has been, only giving up 5 touchdowns or 4 touchdowns in 7 games. If the defense can continue and they get to the SEC championship and shut down an Alabama like that and then play an Ohio State, shut them down in Oklahoma, then I think you could make that comparison.
I think maybe be a little more dynamic in the pass game.
Right. Maybe more JT Daniels. We'll talk about that tomorrow. Coming up for the cocktail party this weekend. That's our show. We're back 9 a.m. tomorrow live. Until then, enjoy all of our platforms at nextroundlive.com. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.